Good morning, colleagues. The time is now 8 o'clock, and we will get started with the Committee on Appointments. We have one action item today, one discussion item. The first item is resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Jeffrey Kempter to the Urban Forestry Committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion or comments on Mr. Kempter? I know we've been talking about urban forestry for some time, so glad to see this come through. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Our second item this morning is a discussion of our vacancy list. Reviewing it in preparation for today, we seem to be in a really good place in terms of the remaining seats. We've kind of been chopping them down, getting through them. And then many of the ones that are remaining are either a specific appointment or those bodies have a good membership number, and some of these seats are kind of additional options to add. Any comments or questions from anyone on our vacancy list?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner?
Thank you. I did send a note to you and Commissioner Robbins yesterday after another meeting that we had. It seems like we've gotten a number of PIFs in just at the end of last week, particularly for Housing Appeals Board, the BZA, and for the West Side CAA. So I just wanted to highlight those ones. I was happy to see, particularly for the Housing Appeals, because we have two, I think we have 3 openings there. And then BZA, we need 1 and an alternate. So that was the only one that I wanted to highlight. And then we are also, after the last meeting, we had a resignation from the North Corridor Improvement Authority. And of course, it is a mayoral appointment, but just checking in to see, I think we have 1 applicant there. So hopefully we'll have that one come before us, maybe in the next few meetings.
Thank you.
I'll just add real quick too. I know there was somebody being talked about for Commissioner O'Connor's appointment to the Civilian Appeals Board, so I can follow up with him to see where that's at. I believe I sent him the information for a PIF, but we'll follow up just to take a look at that. And then I did see your note, Commissioner Sassi, too, about somebody from Stockbridge. I know that was definitely talked about, so happy to reach out to their group and see if they have any people who are interested.
Thanks,
Great.
Commissioner. The only other comment I have is there are a number of seats that are earmarked for a GRPS representative, and there's different liaisons depending on the committee. So I'm wondering if there's, when we have situations like this with multiple people coming from one institution but across multiple bodies and liaisons, is there any sort of coordinated effort to try to streamline and get some names and get GRPS?
Madam Chair.
On this board? Commissioner?
Yes, we had our city and a GRPS meeting last week. It was actually scheduled for the end of last year. At the tail end of last year, when I was serving as chair, I had connected with Deputy Superintendent Brandy Lovelady Mitchell to share the 4 openings that we have for them. And I know that at the end of last year, they were working on it. We did bring it up again at that meeting. And then I've connected Dr. Lovelady Mitchell with Daniel. So she understands the PIF process, because they would still need to do those even if that is there. So I would say yes, it had, in the past, it had been a member of the administration who has since left. And so I think for a time being, they weren't sure who it was. And just because I know Dr. Lovelady Mitchell and that she follows through on things, I reached out to her, and we've gotten some traction since then.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anything to add, Daniel?
I was just going to say I'm looking forward to working with Ms. Lovelady Mitchell to fill those seats, and we'll get those all set.
Thank you. All right.
Hold on. If I may have a moment.
You are recognized.
Thank you. Those who are watching us online, because I know there's city staff that's watching and public that are watching as well. Just a reminder, our schedule is a little bit revised today. So for those that are following along online, Fiscal Committee will be starting at 8:15. So that's a little earlier. Community Development at 8:45. Committee of the Whole will be starting a half hour early at 9:30. And then we'll have interviews of the Third Ward finalists starting at 11:30. And then City Commission will be at 3:30 instead of 2 o'clock for those that are following online today.
Thank you. And those adjustments were made specifically to accommodate time to interview the 3 finalists for Third Ward vacancy. Wonderful. If there's nothing else, 8:05, we're adjourned. Thank you.
We will call Fiscal Committee to order here at 8:15. First item on the agenda this morning, a resolution approving PEG grant reimbursements for Grand Rapids Public Schools in the amount of $22,843.22.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. This is a pretty standard item that we do every year. Any questions on this item? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 2 is a resolution accepting a $50,000 Community Forestry Grant Program Award and executing an agreement with the Michigan Department of Natural Resources and Forest Resources Division.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Our Parks Director, Mr. Marquardt. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is a grant from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources to support an operational plan for forestry. It's coming at a good time as we are working through the implementation of $5 million grant to plant trees across the city through Friends of Grand Rapids Parks, and as we continue to prioritize our work through our sustainability planning with the Forestry Division within Parks and Recreation. So we're excited to get into this planning effort. We anticipate this plan getting underway this spring and ending sometime by the end of this year, 2024.
Very good. Questions, colleagues? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 3 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Corewell Health for on-site care for a total amount not to exceed $30,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. This is a follow-up item to a commission approval of a partnership we did with Priority Health for Health Insurance Administration. We have a guest joining us here at the microphone. Good morning.
Good morning. Randy Bowers, standing in for Mike, our benefits manager.
Turn the mic on, please.
Hi, good morning. Randy Bowers, standing in for our benefits manager, Mike Osterby, who's away from the office this morning. So this resolution just asks the commission to approve an on-site nurse who has already been providing orientations to staff throughout the city, and then we'll be able to provide care services on-site following agreement.
Good. Questions, comments? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 4, resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Crown Castle Telecommunications to utilize the Grand Rapids Reservoir at Koval site for communication purposes.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Wayne Jernberg coming to the mic here.
Good morning, Commissioners. What you have in front of you this morning is essentially a renewed lease. The city entered into a lease with Crown Castle back in 2000 to lease space at our Koval Pump Station and Reservoir site, where Crown Castle owns a current tower there. This essentially is a new lease for another 30 years, and it includes, it's a much higher paying lease than what we currently have, although we are giving them a little bit more space on the site.
Very good. Questions?
Quick question. I think in 2022, before I was here, there was a letter about service being dropped in the city, and it's come back up recently associated with some of the communication towers. Are you familiar with this?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
In terms of the actual services from the providers on the towers, or?
I'm supportive of this item, but I'm curious of how we can figure out what's going on with that. But
In terms of coverage from the providers, yeah, that's going to be out of my realm. We do have several carriers on our towers that are elevated storage tanks. This one is a privately owned tower that we just lease space to.
thanks.
All right. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 5 is a resolution, Resolution 5, authorizing budget substitution of $92,405 for Leonard Crahan and Bradford water main installation.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any questions or comments on this one, colleague? Pretty standard item. All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 6 is our bid list resolution for March 5th, 2024.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Ms. Claren, good morning.
No, good morning, Commissioner. Sorry, it's a little late. If there are any questions, these are mostly straightforward items.
Just 3 items this morning. Questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 7 is vicinity energy rate increase information only.
Okay, so, I'm sorry. Do you
Yeah.
guys need to do your, okay. Sorry about that. ACM Matthews was supposed to be here to talk about this today, but basically it's an informational item. The City of Grand Rapids serves as a regulator of sorts with vicinity per charter. So they haven't had a rate increase, I believe, in over, it was like 14 years. And so myself, we had our utility financial officer involved looking at what they propose. Vicinity hasn't been able to have positive cash flow in quite a few years, and they've gone through different changes of ownership, things like that, to help explain. But now they're moving more, more progressively forward, and they approached us about a rate increase. They are committed to investing in electrification and things like that. So we're happy to be partners with them in this and recommend the rate increase that they propose.
Very good. Is there any questions about this, colleagues? All right, this will be received and filed. Thank you. Item 8 is our Comptroller's Report for February 7, 2024 through February 20, 2024. Our Deputy Comptroller, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the period of February 7th through February 20th, 2004, the city released payments totaling $18.9 million, including approximately $5.2 million for employee payroll expense and $190,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, we issued 426 income tax refunds and 944 accounts payable and electronic payments. The details for all those payments issued in excess of $20,000 are included in your materials. Also included in your materials is the travel report for the first 7 months of fiscal 24. This report, which is broken down by department, is showing that we have so far spent approximately $960,000, or 32% of the overall budget. The last report we have is the monthly funds report as of and for the 7 months ending January 31st, 2024. This report shows a high-level summary of the significant fluctuations from prior years' revenues and expenses and for key funds within the city. This report is available for the public on the Comptroller's page for the city's website.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Questions or comments for the Deputy Comptroller? All right. With that, those reports will be received and filed. And our final item on the agenda this morning is our Treasurer's Report for February 8, 2024 through February 20, 2024. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, we're showing that we have total funds out there being invested at $579 million, earning 3.08%. As we've discussed over the past number of Treasurer's reports, we feel that the interest rates are not going to decrease as fast as what the markets were anticipating. And every once in a while, we get the economist who comes forward to say, listen, that's a quotable item where it says, investors have been exuberant, calling for a series of Fed rate cuts over the next several quarters. Likely fairy tales with sugar plums. Investors have visions of returning to easier credit. People sometimes get out in front of their skis a little bit, and what we were seeing was that the market participants were saying 6 rate cuts in the coming year of 2024. Now that's been dialed back, and so the Fed had to make some pretty significant announcements, even changing some of their minutes to unprecedented wording changes that people really hone into to look for direction from the Fed. To say, hey, look, we mean it when we say we're not moving as fast as you think we are. And so that's really what the economists are now finally getting into, and the market participants are getting into, is that we're not going to move these rates down fast enough or as fast as they expect. So those are things that we look for, not only from an investment side of the house, but also from a debt side, because that's got to be how we have to timing some of our bond issuances. We had a really significant one that was issued just the past couple weeks. Was the Michigan State Housing Development Authority issued, I think it was $475 million worth of bonds. We're going to report on that in our next Treasury report, but that was pretty significant, and we were able to pick up some really good maturity dates and yields on those bonds, but we're going to explore what those mean, because it was really important to see that, because that's all going into housing. And so that is hugely impactful for our state, and I'm certain it's going to be beneficial to Grand Rapids as well, because some of those projects are going to land here. I'm definitely certain of that. But with that, we have a report for today, and I appreciate the time.
Very good. Colleagues, questions for the Treasurer? All right. Hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And we'll conclude fiscal committee at 8:25. Thank you, everyone.
All right, good morning, everybody. It is approximately 8:45. We'll go ahead and get this community development meeting underway. We've got 11 items of business to take care of. I'm going to try and speed through these as quick as I can, as we have kind of an abridged schedule to accommodate our third ward commissioner vacancy interviews later this morning / afternoon. So jumping straight in here, resolution number 1 is a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit to FFP Effects Touring for indoor special effects at the GLC Live at 20 Monroe in connection with the Bailey Zimmerman concerts on March 7th and 8th, 2024.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Morning, Chief.
Good morning. This morning, Ted Jensen's not here, obviously. So we have 3 fireworks discharge permits already been inspected, and everything is in order.
Great, thank you. Any questions, colleagues? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That carries. Resolution number 2 is a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit to JDL FX LLC for indoor special effects at the Van Andel Arena in connection with the Sullivan King concert on March 11th, 2024.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Same thing, already been inspected, paperwork's in order, recommend approval of this item.
Excellent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries. Resolution number 3, our last fireworks permit, is a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit to Pyrotech Special Effects, Inc. for indoor special effects at the Van Andel Arena in connection with the Fall Out Boys concert on March 26, 2024.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Yep, everything's in order for this one as well.
Awesome, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries. All right, resolution number 4 is a resolution approving the submission of a Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant application in the amount of $300,000 for improvements at Bike Park.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and support. We've got Mr. Marquardt here this morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. You've heard about this. We requested a public hearing several weeks ago, had a public hearing a couple of weeks ago, and here we are at the submission point due April 1st. We will hear back from the state of Michigan by the end of this year as to whether or not we're successful with this grant request. If so, we would move forward with a grant agreement with the state of Michigan by June of 2025.
Great. Do you have any indication of how competitive it is? Is it something that we expect to receive, or?
That's a really great question, Commissioner. It always varies a little bit depending on project need and project areas within the cities. This area of our city is an area that is of greater interest, I think, to the state of Michigan, so I'm hopeful that we will be successful.
Great. Colleagues, any questions on that one? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. That'll bring us to resolution number 5, which is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 9th, 2024 for programmatic agreements with the Michigan State Historic Preservation Officer.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. I believe we have Ms. Bohach here. Good morning.
Good morning, and I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
Did you get through my other items?
We just reached yours, resolution number 5.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, I just want to make sure that, because I have 2 with SHPO.
That's all right.
And again, sorry for just walking in. So the City of Grand Rapids has responsibility that's delegated to us from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to carry out Section 106 requirements for the National, Historic Preservation Act. And in doing so, we have agreements with SHPO to be able to have local control so that we can have reviews that are done on a first tier here locally. Otherwise, every project has to be submitted to SHPO for their review. And this allows us just to do that, and it expedites all of that activity. There's 2 separate agreements. One is for projects that do not have any lead hazard remediation activities in it for federal programs, and the second one actually are for those that do carry out activities with lead hazard control activities in it. This public hearing would be held on April 9th. It would be published for March 14th when we'd actually publish the information, and there's a comment period that would be held as well. So there'd be a public hearing for public verbal comment, and then written comments would also be taken through that time period.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Resolution number 6 is a resolution scheduling a public hearing on April 9th, 2024 for the draft fiscal year 2025 Consolidated Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, or Neighborhood Investment Plan funding recommendations.
So
Support.
Moved and supported.
So this actually follows the same timeline as the last item. This is for our annual funding process where we present to the City Commission funding recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grants Program. Also included this year, we have some opioid settlement funds that are being distributed, as well as American Rescue Plan Act funds known as ARPA here locally. We also then have the Department of Justice Justice Assistance Grant Program wrapped into those funding recommendations. And it follows the same timeline in terms of the presentation of those recommendations on March 19th. And then we have the public hearing that would be scheduled and held, as well as the public comment period for any written comments.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Resolution number 7 is a resolution authorizing a memorandum of agreement with the Michigan State Historic Preservation Officer, the Grand Rapids Housing Commission, and the Wyoming Housing Commission for the Leonard Apartments project.
So moved.
support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Bohach?
Okay, so this is a project that is required to have a significant historic preservation review that's done. The Leonard Apartments was a project that was approved through the Affordable Housing Fund Board. There was $1.2 million for that award that was put into this project. It involves the demolition of a funeral home that was built in 1931 that is believed to have some historic value, and so as a result, they have to go through a pretty elaborate process of review. And then there's an agreement that we enter into between the Grand Rapids Housing Commission, the Wyoming Housing Commission, because they have project-based vouchers that are involved in this project, the city, and the Grand Rapids Housing Commission. So this agreement then gets put into place in terms of what types of things they must do to remediate anything that supports the historic value of that property. And so there's certain things that they can do, and they've come to an agreement on that, and this actually is now executing that, and that they've complied and will do so when they actually carry out the project.
Great, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries.
Thank you.
Ms. Bohach. Resolution number 8 is a resolution approving an increase of $50,000 for wayfinding and signage system replacement for a total not to exceed $551,010.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So this project was awarded last July and is replacing our wayfinding and signage system for the various city parking structures that we have. It's a separate project that's also associated with the larger pedestrian signage and wayfinding project going on throughout the city, and will unify our citywide signage and wayfinding system. In the course of construction, as we were reviewing submittal drawings with the contractor, it was discovered that the specified project signs that have messaging on there would have a resolution suitable for verbiage communication, but if they were upgraded, we could make it so that they could display and broadcast pictures as well. So the project team reviewed it and determined it'd be in the city's best interest to make that upgrade to provide an improved customer service experience. The increase for the sign change was covered by project contingency, but there's also a software upgrade that is needed that would exceed the approved budget. So asking for your approval to increase the scope, add $50,000 to the authorized project budget coming from the parking system fund, which would cover this software upgrade and any remaining issues that may surface during the completion of the project.
Great, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Resolution number 9 is a resolution approving an amendment to the professional services agreement for construction management services with Owen Ames Kimball Company for expansion of Grand Rapids Public Museum, Phase 1B, and authorizing additional expenditures in the amount of $2,007,460, with a total amount not to exceed $10,179,243.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
So Phase 1A was awarded last October. That consisted of earthwork and subsurface modifications along the museum's river edge to allow for an enhanced river access and educational opportunities, trails, seating, and accessible gathering spaces. We then awarded Phase 1B in January, and that built upon that work and included the remaining site work consisting of pathways, seating and switchback walls, site lighting, as well as work related to separating the carousel from the physical building. All of this work's being handled through our construction manager, OAK. Now, the amendment that's before you includes the final bid categories associated with Phase 1B. There was some steel work to be done in various general trades categories, including carpentry, exterior seating and wood benches, railings, the bike racks, and some other in-wall and roof carpentry work that needed to be done. That work is in the amount of $2,007,460, and that increase would bring the total for Phases 1A and 1B to just over $18 million. Financing for this is coming from the Capital Improvement Fund through fundraising that the Public Museum has done, as well as the DNR Greenway grant that was obtained through DGRI.
Great, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? Hearing none, no questions, just a comment. I drive past the site multiple times a week, and they're wasting no time in getting right to work, so super excited about that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Resolution number 10 is a resolution approving a cost-sharing agreement with Kent County Road Commission for road-to-mill and resurfacing of Leffingwell Avenue from Leonard Street to Knapp Street in an amount not to exceed $421,000.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Mr. Bergman?
So we're partnering with the Kent County Road Commission to road-to-mill and resurface this stretch of Leffingwell Avenue. The Road Commission designed and bid the project. The city limits are located roughly midway between this mile-long segment of Leffingwell, with the southern half located in our city limits, the northern half under the Road Commission's jurisdiction. Reith Riley provided the low bid of just over $698,000, with the total project cost of $808,065. Per the terms of the cost-sharing agreement that's before you, the city's share will be $421,000, and that payment will come from the Vital Streets Fund.
Great. Any questions, colleagues? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. And our last resolution, number 11, is a resolution amending a professional services agreement with Clark Construction Company for construction of city facilities at 1500 Scribner in the amount of $3,618,075, with a total amount not to exceed $31,853,687.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman?
So as you're aware, we're taking a phased approach to bidding this project through our construction manager, Clark Construction, to allow for procurement of long lead time items and keep the schedule advancing as quickly as possible. The first bid package was bid in December and awarded, consisted of demolition, pre-engineered metal buildings, and precast concrete. Then subsequently on February 6th, the second bid package was approved, which includes earthwork, vapor mitigation, and some ground improvements to prepare for foundations. This third package that's before you today now includes the electrical equipment and a revised bid category for fueling. So seeking your approval to amend the construction agreement with Clark to incorporate this work, it would increase their agreement in the amount of $3,618,075 and bring the total not to exceed amount to just over $31.8 million. As subsequent bid packages are developed, we will return to you to authorize those additional expenditures. And as a reminder, our anticipated project total for this is $92 million and is part of the fiscal year 2025 budget discussion. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions, colleagues? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. So that will conclude our business today. It's approximately 8:59. Just a reminder, we will be back here early for Committee of the Whole at 9:30 instead of 10 o'clock this morning. This meeting is adjourned.
Our Committee of the Whole meeting on this March 5th. Commissioners, we have a couple items to vote on today, and then we will take a break and we'll reconvene at 11:30 to complete our third ward candidate interviews with the final three candidates. So for those of you who are familiar with the process, we'll be coming back together today as a full commission to interview the top three candidates. We'll do that right here in this room, and the elected body will be together to ask those questions. We'll have about 50 minutes per candidate, and then we'll take a break before we come back together for our 3:30 City Commission meeting. So that's a rundown of our busy day today. So let's go ahead and get started, Commissioners, with the first item before us. This is a resolution establishing April 9th as the date for a public hearing to consider approval of an expansion of the City of Grand Rapids Downtown Development Authority Development Area Number 1 and an amendment, development, and tax increment financing plan for Downtown Development Area Number 1. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support. All right, moved and supported. We'll start with Mr. Klooster to tell us about this from our Economic Development Department, and then Mr. Tim Kelly, President of Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc., is here to walk us through the proposal and tell us about what the DDA is recommending. So, Mr. Klooster.
Thank you, and I'm really here just to introduce Mr. Kelly. We've been working with them, with the DDA and Downtown Grand Rapids, Inc. on the process of getting this on your agenda. It's been on the DDA's agenda to consider an amendment to their Tiffin development plan, and this is just scheduling the public hearing. It'll come back to you in April for a public hearing, and Mr. Kelly is here to just briefly give you an overview of what the DDA is recommending to you for consideration.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Good to see you as well. Thank you, Jono, for the introduction. So yeah, as Jono gave an overview of, this is really a request to set a public hearing for April 9th at 2 p.m. To consider an amendment to the DDA boundary as well as amendments to the tax increment finance and development plan. This is coming to you in order to align the work, or those plans which are statutorily required, with the work of the DDA and the priorities for downtown. Really what's going on here, there's three proposed changes. I know there was a lot of material in your packet, but I'll try to summarize it briefly in 3 bullet points. What we're bringing forward is a request to create 2 new tax increment finance districts. Those are shown up on your screen. These are areas that are currently within the DDA boundary, but for which we do not capture any increment taxes. So we would create those 2 new districts. As part of District Q, we would add 3 new parcels of land down there south of Wealthy near the Oxford Bridge Trail. And then lastly would be recommending an extension of the term of the plans to 2054. This will help us really accomplish 2 things. One is to continue to support the work of the Grand River Greenway Trail, projects like the Oxford Trail Extension and the Fulton to Wealthy Trail along the riverfront at 201 Market, and then also to bring the DDA tool to redevelopment sites like 201, as well as hopefully one day in the future at the post office downtown. Beyond that, no changes are being proposed in the plans. That includes to the provisions of gain sharing, as well as special millages, which were amended back in 2016. With that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Kelly? All right, this was discussed, obviously, and voted on at the Downtown Development Authority and was unanimously supported. I serve on that body, and we've had quite a bit of conversation about this, so thank you for your work. With that, then, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, so that'll be back before us for a public hearing on April 9th. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, next that will take us to a resolution setting a public hearing on March 19th for consideration of an ordinance, and that would come back before us on April 9th for the zoning ordinance housing policy text amendments. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. We'll start this conversation with Ms. Turkelson to tell us about this. She has a presentation for us. Then we will discuss it. I know there is some interest in moving the final date where we would vote on this a little bit back to maybe our second meeting in April on the 23rd, so we can have that discussion as well. So I'll start with Ms. Turkelson to walk us through this. Then we can ask any questions that we may have, and then if we do want to amend when it comes back to us, we can do that before we vote on it. Ms. Turkelson?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you the proposed zoning changes relative to housing that has been prepared for you by the City Planning Commission. Today, I'm joined by two Planning Commissioners, Brian Swem and Kyle Van Streen, who can speak later in the presentation about their process and perhaps a little bit about why they are recommending what they have put forward to you. So I'm going to ask for a little bit of patience. There's only so many ways to condense this information, given the magnitude of the proposed changes and the complexity of them. I will do my best to keep it as brief as possible, but as thorough as possible, and ask that you feel free to ask questions. And depending on the nature of the question, there might be a few of my colleagues that I ask to assist. So looking backwards a little bit, in the spring of 2023, there was an update that was provided to you on the 2020 Housing Needs Assessment that was prepared by the city's housing practice leader, Ryan Kilpatrick. The updated assessment determined that the city has still a significant need for housing, and by 2027, the city needs 14,000 housing units to accommodate the household growth. And also the older home replacement. So in response to that assessment, the City Commission expressed a desire to evaluate the city's housing policies and requested that the Planning Commission provide them with that recommendation. So that's how we got to where we are today. The proposed zoning text amendments do represent significant changes from existing policies. However, it's really important to remember that there was other past work that took place that helped inform these proposed policies, including the 2015 Great Housing Strategies and the 2018 Housing Now effort, as well as the current Community Master Plan. Also, there was a lot of research and conversation taking place around the state and national level zoning reforms, and also looking to our colleagues in other like cities, looking at what's working there and looking at tailoring that for what's best for the city of Grand Rapids. So there was conversation about why now. We are currently in process of updating our 20-year vision, our community master plan. It's important to note that if you recall in the request for proposal and the contract that was prepared, there was an opportunity for us to consider. We knew that housing was a critical need in the city. It was identified that there might be an opportunity to pull forward housing solutions that made sense at this point in the process. So that was something that we had envisioned. Also, zoning is, we refer to it as a living document, albeit maybe not the most exciting one. It's a living document that we've continually changed, and it hasn't been. We've had some significant changes, even recently rezoning 30 acres along the west side of the river, and that was expressly tied to the need for additional density. Also, we looked at ground floor uses and made the change to allow for ground floor residential. So we've made some significant changes even since this community master plan process had started that I think are important to note. So after the City Commission expressed a desire to look at our housing, housing policies, we held a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and City Commission. That joint meeting, we talked about utilizing the input that was previously received through past planning efforts that I've mentioned already, and also utilizing input that was received during the Planning Commission and the City Commission public hearings. So that communication strategy was something that we had identified early, that we would utilize those past processes and the current community master plan process, utilizing the input we received to inform what we have today. So spending a little bit of time on what have we heard through the community master plan. I think that's important for us to show that there is alignment between what we're hearing through the first 3 rounds of engagement to what's before you today. So in round 1, we had hopes and dreams, and we asked participants, what do you hope Grand Rapids will be known for in the next 10 to 15 years? What are your big ideas? Help us generate these ideas for how Grand Rapids would look and grow into the future. We know that transportation and housing were ideas that were coming forward right from the beginning. And here's just a sample of the types of comments that we were receiving in round 1. Knowing that housing was important and that needed to be addressed through that community master plan process, we said, well, if we know we need housing, where does it go? And we had this board where we asked participants to put sticky dots, and that's the pink dots you're seeing on the map. Where should it go? And you can see that a lot of the housing where the community thought it was appropriate ties to some of our larger commercial corridors. And that is important because, as you'll note later in the presentation, I'll talk about how the proposed changes align with our Vital Streets plan and identifying specifically the street segments that do have higher volumes of transportation and also are served by transit. So in round 2, we began testing our vision, values, and goals. Relative to housing, we affirmed that the participants wanted to encourage diverse housing types and include more housing options such as apartments and accessory dwelling units. And that, again, it was affirmed that we want to allow higher density housing on certain corridors. And that aligns back to that map that I just showed. We also have been doing area-specific planning work in Butterworth, Creston, and Southtown, where we tested different housing types that participants would be comfortable both seeing in their neighborhood as well as on their block. And a lot of the housing types, such as accessory dwelling units and duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, are housing types that the community was, those specific neighborhoods were comfortable seeing either in their neighborhood or on their block. And I think that that's relevant because all of those, the Southtown, the Creston, and the Butterworth are within our traditional neighborhoods. And again, that's something I'll touch on in a little bit. We have just completed round 3, where we talk about visualizing the future. Larger engagement sessions took place in November, and our community connector work just wrapped up. In round 3, we tested big ideas, where we talked about housing types and tested different ideas with the community, and we're compiling that data right now, and that's a presentation that will be for you. I believe it's next month. So going back to a little bit of the data that you've seen previously, if we know we need 14,000 housing units by 2027, we know that this averages approximately 28 housing units per year. And we also know that since 2015, we've only been producing 538 housing units per year. So in short, we are grossly underproducing the number of housing units that are needed in the city to meet the needs assessment. When we look into that data a little bit further, we know that the vast majority of the housing units that are being produced are in these large format complexes of 20 or more units. And I think that that's important because when we look at our zoning ordinance specifically, we know that our zoning ordinance is really structured to be able to support higher format or higher density complexes, and that's through things like lot width and area requirements, for example, that really make it difficult to build a duplex or a fourplex. And when we look at who's able to build 20-plus units, we know that that leaves out many community members that might wish to do some wealth creation or begin looking at a future in development. So this slide should look familiar. Going back to our July 13th joint meeting, we had some agreements between the Planning Commission and the City Commission. So these were sort of like our foundation that we were working from when we talked about what types of policies might meet the needs of the city. So we talked about the fact that we need housing. We agree that we need housing at all types and all price points. We talked about utilizing the Vital Streets plan. We talked about the fact that there would be a need to look at our parking requirements and perhaps consider some reductions. We also agreed that an incremental approach is best, and my colleagues that work in other cities have found that incremental approaches generally do work best in terms of allowing for some change, testing, monitoring, and then allowing some additional change. We also know that zoning reform in and of itself is not going to solve the housing shortage. We know that construction costs, property values, et cetera, are all contributing to this challenge, but this is one piece that the city has control over. So where have we been? This is a timeline of the progress that the process that we took to make the progress we've made. So that began in April, that conversation where you asked the Planning Commission to provide you with recommendations. On July 13th, we had our joint meeting, and then from there, the Planning Commission embarked upon a pretty deliberative process. In September, we talked about, we broke these down where they talked about accessory dwelling units and unrelated occupants, so we were hyper-focused on those two topics because that allowed time for a lot of conversation and a lot of research was provided to them. I'm sure they can tell you how many articles and information we sent to support these agendas, and I'm very pleased that they were able to take the time to read, and I think by breaking it up, albeit maybe lengthened the timeline, allowed for them to do this very deliberatively. November 9th was group living and infill housing. Ultimately, they reviewed the final draft ordinance in early January, and then held a public hearing in late January and made the unanimous recommendation for the ordinance that's before you today. So again, this slide should look somewhat familiar, albeit the content within the slide is updated to reflect what we have today. So these topics align with what you saw back in July, that we wanted to look at our policies around accessory dwelling units, unrelated occupants that reside in a household, group living uses, and specifically with single-room occupancies or SROs, and transitional housing, looking at our requirements for small-scale residential infill, and looking at our parking requirements. The basis for all of those topics or categories was to increase housing supply, diversify housing types, and increase the affordability. So again, I will go through these as briefly as possible and at a relatively high level, and certainly if you have questions or you want to take a deeper dive into them, the specifics, you can let me know. So for accessory dwelling units, the proposed recommendations from the Planning Commission center around streamlining the process and allowing accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, as a permitted use, meaning that it would go through a staff level review versus the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission proposes to remove owner occupancy requirements, modify some dimensional regulations to make it more feasible to construct an accessory dwelling unit, especially detached units, allowing ADUs in association with two-family where it currently isn't permitted as such today, and eliminating the parking requirement for an accessory dwelling unit. Moving to unrelated occupants, the proposed recommendation is to modify the definition of a family, increasing unrelated occupants from no more than 4 to 6, so no more than 6 unrelated occupants in the proposed draft. Group living uses, again, this is really broken down into 2 distinct categories, SROs and emergency shelters. So regarding SROs, we'd modify the definition to make it a little bit more eliminate the administrative challenges that we have today with the current definition, allowing small-scale SROs in residential zone districts, providing a tiered review process for small, medium, and large-scale SROs, requiring a good neighbor plan, something that should sound familiar that's required for our cannabis uses, requiring a good neighbor plan for any SRO that requires special land use, increasing the tenancy requirement from 32 days currently to 90 days, so looking at this as more of a longer-term housing solution versus more of a transitional housing type that's suggested in today's or in the current ordinance. Looking at modifying our transitional shelter requirements, allowing small-scale shelters within our residential zone districts, adding some additional use regulations to manage where those shelters can be located, and also requiring a good neighbor plan when it's permitted as a special land use. And I'll note that for the emergency shelters, in all cases, regardless if it's small, medium, or large, it would require a special land use. So a shelter may not be permitted in any circumstance without requiring a public review process. Small-scale residential infill. This is probably the most dramatic change in terms of the opportunity to add dwelling units. This is only applicable within the traditional neighborhood, okay? So we did not propose changes within our mid-century or modern era neighborhoods. And we did that intentionally. One, looking at the fact that we do have additional opportunity to revise our housing policies through the master plan. Also in our traditional neighborhoods, we know our neighborhoods are served by transit, and there is close access to goods and services, to those small businesses or those neighborhood business districts that we love. For those businesses to be successful, they need customers, they need heads in beds in order to have that population density for them to thrive and be viable. So that's why we started with the TN. So again, these are only relative to TN zoning, TN LDR zone districts. And also we require a connection to the street typology. So within the TN-LDR zone district, the proposed changes are to reduce the lot width and area requirements for two-family and multifamily residential developments of 6 or fewer units. So remember I mentioned that where a large format of 20 is very common. We're trying to break that apart and say if there's only 6 units, 6 or less, then we are more permissive in the process. So we'd be allowing them by right or staff level review versus the Planning Commission for those small format, small scale residential developments. Permitting multifamily developments of 6 or fewer units when located on the link residential or network residential as defined by the Vital Streets Plan. And I can provide you with a copy of that map if that's helpful. But when you do look at the map, I believe it was shown in the July presentation, you'll note that it is those higher volume streets generally. It's not what I would say like in the neighborhood. It's more of the corridors that are served by transit that connect the neighborhoods to other neighborhoods or to the commercial zone districts. Looking at eliminating the established lot width and area requirement. So again, trying to remove some of those regulatory obstacles that are preventing us from allowing small scale residential infill. And then just a note that by making these changes, this would allow for the conversion of single-family and two-family housing stock to higher density. So that feels like a significant change, and it is, but we also have to look at other challenges that would make that change how do I word that? There's other considerations that need to be looked at in addition to the zoning. For example, the building code. The building code today is far different than the building code back in the 1930s. It is not as simple or as cost-effective to simply convert an existing single-family home. There's also property values and construction costs, et cetera. So it is a change that I wanted to make sure that we were very clear about, but know that just because it's possible by making these changes doesn't make it always practicable. And I know Ryan Kilpatrick could speak to some of that as well. And also there's other regulations in place that are still important. So for example, I'm saying we could go up to 6 units or fewer, but there still has to be the lot area met. So right now in the residential zone district, we require 2,000 square feet of lot area for every residential unit. That is not proposed to be changed. So in order to have a 6-family dwelling, if you're in the TN district, TN LDR, and you're on a link residential, you would still have to have 12,000 square feet of lot area. So you can see that some of those opportunities are limited. So as we get into the duplexes and maybe the fourplexes, that's far more likely than some of the sixplexes, for example. But it's possible, but there's still other considerations that have to be looked at. And then lastly, the last category was our parking requirements. So within, again, the TN LDR zone district, the proposal before you is to eliminate parking requirements for 6 or fewer units on link residential or network residential. So it's no longer allocating space for parking. And when we look at our traditional neighborhoods, we simply don't have the land area to allow for, to say it's okay to have a fourplex there, but we still want to have 1.5 or 2 parking spaces per unit. That doesn't fit, and so it would be just practically infeasible if we didn't make a change for parking. So that's a consideration, and Ryan Kilpatrick and I have had a lot of conversations, and also the Planning Commission, where we've talked about there are trade-offs. Okay, so if we prioritize units and housing for people, then we can't also prioritize the parking space for those units and those people. So that's a trade-off that has to be considered, and that's where we look to our other modes of transportation that Mobile GR and the Rapid look at. What are our transit routes? What is the service? Where are our alternative modes of transportation, like our scooter systems, et cetera? So these things do have to work together. So that is a summary of the proposed recommendations before you. If it's okay, I'd like to give an opportunity for Brian and Kyle to come share a few words from their perspective as your planning commissioners. And then I know Ryan Kilpatrick's here on standby if there are specific questions for you later, and then I will wrap up the last, I think, slide or two.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Brian and Kyle. Good to see you both. Thanks for your service on our Planning Commission and for all the work you've done to get us to where we are today.
Thanks for having us. So I didn't know that I was going to be this deep in all of this stuff when I joined the Planning Commission just recently, but it's all very exciting to me. It's stuff that I've been working on and dealing with for years. So long before the housing needs assessment. My house is one of them. So one of my personal stories is that I built a house in Easttown on a 40-foot wide lot, and the established lot width and area requirements became very interesting because it's the median lot width. You can't build on anything smaller than that. So for infill housing, it basically takes half of all of the lots on the block off the table. And when you look at our neighborhoods, the lots that are left are on the smaller half generally that are vacant lots or available lots for infill housing. So what that means is that we are literally just saying that none of these lots are buildable. We can't do anything with them. And I had to work through that with my house. I did meet the median requirement, so I was able to build it, but it was still a hurdle that I had to go through. And so for me, as an architect who's been working in Grand Rapids for 23 years now, for me, it's one thing, right? Like, I understand how these systems work. I know the zoning ordinance by now, like the back of my hand. But for somebody who doesn't have my background or who's just trying to build a house and they hear these things or they have to jump through some of these hoops, it's much more difficult. And I can't even imagine what that feels like. So I think the established lot width and area, getting rid of those is great because it opens up some vacant lots that have never been available for development before, even if it's just for single-family housing. It's still additional density. And then another thing that I said in a recent Planning Commission meeting is that some of our most beloved neighborhoods are the way they are because they were built before, like, pre-zoning ordinance. So they were able to add density. They were able to have this missing middle housing that we're talking about all the time, these fourplexes and sixplexes, and built within the neighborhood. And so I brought it up recently with some people from Heritage Hill, but the goals of these changes to the zoning ordinance are giving other neighborhoods the same opportunities that some of our favorite neighborhoods had when they were developed. So and all of those opportunities have been zoned out of existence up until these changes come in before you. So now there's an opportunity for other neighborhoods to grow in a meaningful way and in a desirable way. And hopefully that we can see some of this development and we can see some of the density and activity that we see in some of our favorite neighborhoods in the city.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say a couple things about process and the arc of this discussion. Really grateful for the joint meeting we were able to have last year. I want you to know that since that time, we have spent countless hours working with Kristen and her team on some of these recommendations that you're seeing here. I want you to know that we did spend a lot of time reviewing articles and studies and looking at what other communities are doing to address this issue. This is one of the, if not the major issue that our cities and towns are facing in the U.S. and around the world right now. I think it's critical that action is taken to address these issues, and I don't think that we can wait any longer. I'm certain that you'll receive letters and hear testimony in the coming month about how this feels sudden and how this is drastic unrealistic and how we need to take more time. But this is something that we've been discussing since 2015 and even before. I've had the privilege to serve on the Planning Commission since 2012, and I can tell you that this has been something that's come up year after year after year. I was disappointed when some of the recommendations of Housing Now were not all adopted. And at the time, what we heard was that we needed a more incremental approach to solving these problems. I think since then, we've had the opportunity to make a couple of other incremental adjustments, but I think it's time to take the next step forward as a community and as a city. I think, as Kristen mentioned, these are smart recommendations. They're well researched, and they're the right thing to do. And so I urge you in the coming month or so to take a deep dive into these recommendations and try to understand the positive impact that they will have on our community. As I stated in the Planning Commission meeting, I think this is one of the most meaningful things that I've had the privilege of working on in my time on the Commission, and I'm really excited to see these recommendations come before you for your consideration. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, and thanks for your service.
Thank you both. So in conclusion, these recommendations or the proposed ordinance before you do focus on increasing housing supply and diversifying the housing types within, largely within our traditional neighborhoods. It is an incremental approach. The recommendations are informed by state and national zoning reform, but tailored to the city of Grand Rapids. These do align with the recommendations or the input we received during the Great Housing Strategies, Housing Now, and the current Community Master Plan that we are in phase 3 of 4. There are trade-offs. I've identified a couple of them before you today. And also it's important to note that these amendments will have to work in conjunction with other efforts that the city has in place. So for our next steps, the intent of today was to provide you with a briefing about how did we get here and introduce you to the recommendations. There is a public hearing that is being set for March 19th, and then ordinance consideration, the resolution before you today sets ordinance consideration on April 9th, understanding that there might be further discussion of that. So that concludes my presentation, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to address what I can. Otherwise, we will provide you with a response subsequent to the meeting, and I may have to phone a friend in the audience depending on the nature of your question. So thank you. I'll flip back to the screen here.
All right, thank you. I don't have a question, I'll just have a comment. You know, it's interesting walking down memory lane, because you're right, it goes back to, I feel like we've been talking about a whole host of zoning issues and zoning changes. We've made some changes, obviously, over the last several years, but these are, I would say, quite consistent with what we heard through Housing Strategies and Housing Now and the Housing Advisory Committee that Commissioner O'Connor led. And many of us have been a part of those conversations for years and have been following the process that the Planning Commission has gone through since we met in last July. So I just want to say thank you again for all the work that has gone into bringing these recommendations forward today. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the work that Mr. Kilpatrick does in our community and everyone that's been working on this. And, you know, yesterday I was talking to some legislators and they were saying how the state has worked really hard to create additional tools to help local communities with housing, but ultimately if local units don't amend their zoning to take advantage of those tools, it's going to be really hard to actually get the type of housing and increase housing supply. So you're right, you know, zoning changes are policy, but also making sure that we have the incentives available to support the kind of housing that we want to see in the community. And we're at a really interesting point in time where we finally have more tools available to us thanks to the state of Michigan and our legislators. So I just want to kind of put that in context. I'm eager to hear from the community. I, like many of my colleagues, have already started to hear from folks in the community. Some who are very supportive or supportive of some of the aspects or some of the recommendations, others who aren't. So I am looking forward to the public hearing, getting additional input from community, and then having a more robust conversation around this table before it comes back for a vote. So thank you so much. Commissioners, questions or comments? Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just one quick comment and then a question. Comment-wise, I appreciate the call that you made, talking about how just because something's possible doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be practical in all situations. And I think for the individuals who might have some concerns about this, that might be a misconception that post changes that every single house is going to suddenly have no parking and is going to be filled with 6 unrelated occupants. And I think it's important just to call out that that's not necessarily going to be the case. And, not only are these, proposed changes thoughtful and have, come about from a lot of research and data, but also that their impact, I think, is going to be very incremental too. So just want to make sure that was called out once more. And then question-wise, I think back when we started this conversation, I had asked something specifically about the ADUs piece, and I'm just wondering, at the state level, are there going to be any additional changes needed? I know you kind of touched on it with the building code, but are there things that conversations we can start initiating at the state level to remove any sort of bottlenecks that we might discover at that level once we've kind of opened up things and made our zoning more flexible?
So yes, I think, obviously the building code in and of itself has some requirements that are going to make it costly for construction of anything, but they are, of course, intended for life safety. The one that I can think of, and I don't know that I'm prepared to say whether it's good or not, but there is a requirement in the plumbing code that a detached accessory dwelling unit has to have its own separate sanitary line, that it can't be running through the main structure into the detached structure. So accessory dwelling units, I love HGTV and I watch it a lot, but the cost of construction is making those units very expensive. And the need to run a separate lateral for sanitary adds to that cost. And then there's, of course, some financing and rentals that go into it. But I would say the sanitary line is probably one of the ones that come up the most relative to the building code. I think I would want to work with my team in the building department to know whether the city, whether we would recommend a city advocacy one way or another.
Thanks.
Thanks. That's good to know. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Connor, and then Commissioner Knight.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to say thank you to the Planning Commission and the professional planning staff that took on this effort. It was great to have that meeting where we all got together and were able to kind of talk through some of the priorities and to have the work done from the Planning Commission to take on that challenge, and then to work with the staff to build professional recommendations that support the desires of the the elected and the appointed body is important. And so I'm really excited to get to this point. And again, knowing that these don't all solve the issues of the world, but these are the things we control and the spaces we can play in to hopefully have some impact. These aren't the silver bullets at the end of the day. They could have went farther. You guys could have done a whole lot of things that could have opened a lot more of Pandora's box to let housing opportunities out. But again, I think this is a very thoughtful but appropriate incremental approach to doing so. I'm really excited about what's in front of us. I also think it's important that there is that alignment of not just what we have, but how some of these things can create additional opportunities for people. When we look at the small scale and infill development projects, you think back, in the first ward, there's lots of properties that were built as duplexes back 100 years ago, and those were built as generational wealth building opportunities for people. And those things align with, we talk about the challenges of financing and the challenges of construction costs, but if you think about building a duplex property on an infill site, historically, I could have done that as a single-family homeowner. I can get a traditional FHA financed mortgage with 3.5% down, and then have a unit next to me that I could rent to a family member, I could rent to someone else, and do that in a capacity that allows me to spread my cost and my risk across multiple things. And I think it's sad that I think that we've gotten away from that as a community, that we said we only prioritize single-family housing as a wealth-building opportunity. And it's important. I think single-family ownership is critical to our future as a city. But to use this opportunity to then educate people that there are other opportunities that you can use to actually, while building a duplex probably certainly has a more significant cost than building a single family, building a duplex at a higher cost also creates a revenue generation opportunity for you as a homeowner. So the idea that this is the only people that can and should play in this space are landlords is, I think, is a fallacy. I think we need to celebrate, support, and encourage people to look at 1, 2, 3, and 4 unit properties as things they should consider to do if they want and choose to call Grand Rapids home. So I'm encouraged by this. One quick, I guess, point of clarification. We talk about the master planning process. So the master plan is a visionary document, and that is then trailed by an update of that zoning code, that living document you talk about. And so to me, it does also feel like there's kind of like an escape hatch in all of this. That we're going to make these changes, but there's a predetermined look at the zoning code in the coming year or two. And so that if any of these changes suddenly have some drastic negative impact, which I don't think they will, there's a guarantee that these all have an opportunity to be looked at and reconsidered in a year or two when that zoning change comes to support the master plan. Is that correct?
So my planner brain works a little differently. I try to anticipate. Yes, to answer your question, yes. There will be an opportunity, as there is always the opportunity for the city to update its zoning. I don't know that I love looking at it as a backup plan, but you're not wrong in terms of that process being in place, that following the update, the completion of the master plan later this year, there will be a year, maybe 2 years, hopefully not, of implementation where we will overhaul the zoning code, and we will have an opportunity to look at what lessons can we learn from the current proposed recommendations as we see implementation and fine-tune it. And also, I think, the opportunity to consider expansion of, or what other additional housing policy changes could be made throughout the city and not staying largely focused on the TN.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification, because having lived through plans that we adopted, I'm seeing Mr. Kelly, even the GR Forward plan, we adopted it, but it was several years after until we really implemented some of the zoning changes that were called for in that plan. So it doesn't happen immediately, I think is important for folks to know. Commissioner Knight?
Well, after Commissioner O'Connor spoke, I figured I better just sit back because he kind of addressed some of the things that I had talked about. I do want to say your work on this, because sometimes it can feel like you're the lone wolf out there and you're catching all of the darts, but we're trying to shield some of those. And just wanted to share, I guess, some of the conversations that myself and some of the other commissioners on this body have been having with other community members about their thought on this. And one of the things that we talked about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Sassy, is about the conversation, right? And some of the people that have expressed thoughts and concerns about how we're moving forward, it's their understanding of the information. And so sometimes we can talk in a way because we're working in these spaces and we know how this language exists in those areas, that people that don't work in those spaces don't get it and it's not clicking for them. And so if there's ways that we can even do a low level. I know we do high level up in here, right? But bringing it down and not saying that people can't understand, but sometimes you don't, right? Because that language doesn't click with everybody, that works every day, that doesn't work in the architectural space, that doesn't understand the zoning code like the back of their hand to really grasp what's going on. And that's what happens when change happens, right? It creates a sense of fear because we don't know what's going to happen, right? We don't all understand it in the same way. And so I'm hoping that we can continue between now and before, the vote happens, that we can continue to disseminate this information in a way that's graspable for people who don't work in these spaces. For the average person that's walking down the street, we should be able to translate this information where they get it just like that. And sometimes we just forget that because we're just doing our thing. Right, we're doing what we need to do. So I'm just hoping that we can do that. And then the conversation that you had about trade-offs. I was reading this article that was done in, I believe, 2023, talking about then and now, finding the scars left behind in redlining. And to what Commissioner O'Connor was saying, everybody doesn't necessarily want to be a homeowner. And I remember my father, right, raising all of us. He didn't own his home until the time that that he passed, when he got remarried, his wife owned a home, but he would never have gotten into that space of doing that just because that was not his thinking. And so being able to think about all the people that are engaged in this, that are needing space, that need a home or a roof over their head, a head in the bed, right? And so keeping our eye on the goal that we have to have all of the different pieces, right, to try to make this bigger picture come together. And I know that you all have been doing that, and that this is just conversation that we've been having with other people in the community. And I think if we can step back in history and remind ourselves that sometimes history is a detriment, and some of the things that have happened to us, and we want to continue to move forward and do the best work and be equitable for all people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. City Manager wants to make a comment, and then I'll turn down here.
Thank you, Cherkelson and team and planning commissioners for your work. I just wanted to quickly, in light of Commissioner Knight's comments about additional engagement and communication, remind the City Commission that in addition to the scheduled public hearing on March the 19th, we'll also have an opportunity to engage residents beyond 3 minutes of discussion at the Community Night Out meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 5:30. So, and we'll have some staff from the planning department specifically to talk about the areas of proposed changes in regular dialogue. So that will be an additional opportunity for community members to engage.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, City Manager. We've met as a staff to organize ourselves to figure out what would make sense, and we are planning to have stations, if you will, at a large zoning table that focus on each one of these topics, looking to my colleagues in other departments to support that, and then having an all hands on deck with the planning department. So all of the short range planners will be present to be able to provide that one-on-one communication of, you want to talk about accessory dwelling units, let's have that conversation, and looking at some educational materials or cheat sheets, if you will, about what's changing. And so we're working through that, and I'm excited with the direction we're heading in for the 19th.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is during one of our commission nights out. I think it gives us ample time to have those deeper conversations. So thank you. Commissioner Isasi, did you have a question? And then I'll turn to Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Coulson, for the presentation, and thank you to Brian and to Kyle. I'll echo for your service. A lot of times your meetings run a lot longer than our meetings, and I think what I have seen, again, I think what I've been seeing is a lot of extremes of what you said, Commissioner O'Connor, people who feel like we should go further with these recommendations, and then and that's on one side, and others who feel like if we make any of these changes, Grand Rapids is, quite honestly, some people have said it will be a horrible place to live. Like, those are the two things that are, sort of being said. And then in the middle is all this, where I think is like our responsibility that we have to make changes related. Mayor, you said, what the state level said, what are the things that they're doing. We cannot solve this immeasurable crisis that is happening. I was telling Commissioner Perdue as we were preparing, I know of a family that has like 10 related individuals living because of the reality of their financial situation. And probably there's a lot more of individuals. And so while we can't fix everything, we're not in charge of wages in this country, but wages have been compressed for the last 30 years. And, my grandfather bought a house in Alger Heights that is a beautiful house that I think would probably be out of my reach today. And so these are the things that we're dealing with. It is overwhelming, it is immeasurable, it is frustrating, it's very personal. And what I think is in front of us is sort of the nuts and bolts of what we have as our responsibility as city leaders, which is the zoning. Thank you, Mr. Coulson, for bringing up the number of zoning changes that we have already made. This is probably like in the last 18 months, or might have been a little bit of our past commission and new commission, but there are certainly decisions that we haven't had to pass on. I expected to vote on some of these changes in probably March of 2020, and talked about it quite a bit when I was campaigning the first time around, because at least I'll say to the veterans, the points that this has been discussed for a significant amount of time. I think Commissioner Rep Art and Jones often still send articles about zoning changes to some of us, just to sort of look at what's happening on this landscape. I did want to ask a couple of questions or put out a couple of things that I'm hearing, just in preparation, so my colleagues know the things that I might ask or inquire about at that July meeting. You know, I stated I was generally supportive of these changes. And so some of the things that I've continued to hear, particularly around accessory dwelling units, is a concern around the owner-occupied piece. You know, feeling like, are we going to have individuals who are coming in just for the investor side and are not going to be focused on, you know, the care and continuation of neighborhoods? That is just, I want to say, I'm bringing these ones up that I've probably had 5 or more people have asked me questions about. I do think, to Commissioner Knight's question, again, people are looking at these changes that are proposed, but they may not be aware of what is currently in practice. So if we could get a document that has that, because I think what people, while they are significant, I think there might, in some cases, might think it's really significant, not recognizing the things that we're already doing. So if I could make that recommendation, if that's possible. I've had people, you brought up the building code. I've had a couple of people ask me, how will the building code change with some of these changes? Admittedly, I didn't know how to answer that, so that's why I'm asking. I'm phoning a friend to ask that question. You know, I think on the unrelated side, I've certainly heard a number of concerns around this, but I also think about the number of individuals who are probably related, who are already sort of doubled and tripled up, looking at Ryan shaking his head because we saw that in both of those reports. We also know that it was quite it was quite racialized too as well, where it was Black and Latino families in the county were probably more doubled up in those environments. I don't know, you know, how that looks, but I did want to bring up that piece. On the group living uses, I think certainly, and our friends over here on the Planning Commission probably hear a lot of these questions. I'm interested in how these considerations tie into some of the things that we said that we believe, you know, just looking at some of those larger, you know, major streets, where are the opportunities there? You know, a lot of times people will say, somebody should put a coffee shop there, Commissioner. Can you make somebody do that? And it's like, I can't make that do that. It would be great if I had a coffee shop right there for me as well. But just, I think some of the questions I've had is like, how are we very much interacting with these major streets as well as the transit routes that we've talked about? And I know that's probably the second question that we get a lot, is how are we tackling transit as a community? And then on the small scale residential, last year some of us had a chance to celebrate a really great project that is in the Creston neighborhood, where it was, Mayor probably remembers all of the pieces around it. I won't repeat it, but it was a really good example of, it was a single family, but of some small scale development that was certainly possible. How not only that nonprofit developer, but also lenders were trying to work together to make those numbers work and be a beautiful new home for a family. Probably the biggest question that I would have here too, as you talked about some of the review pieces, and you know, also in the Creston neighborhood, there have been some considerations of some developers wanting to do different projects, but maybe not. Kind of coming to you all, going through a design review, maybe not having everything they need. Just, I want people to continue to know that there would still be a review from an administrative piece, so it's not taking away any of that, sort of the professional planner's perspective, because I've certainly heard that in the Creston neighborhood. And then the last question on the parking requirements piece, I do think, you know, city manager, you were talking about going to a major international city and just, you know when they're having personal vehicles and just the different investments in transit. And I do think, you know, somebody was parked in front of my house, a very long driveway, but I was mad the other day too, I'll admit that. But then I also have to say, how do we change our decision making? How are we going to change our reliance on vehicles? We continue to make investments, or wanting to make investments in more renewable energy, reducing our carbon footprint, and hopefully to also continue to push on more investment on the transportation side. And while this isn't, again, in the traditional neighborhood, low-density residential, I do think the Planning Commission, and if the fine gentleman would like to come up and talk about, the Planning Commission certainly does already do different parking waivers as it relates to different projects, recognizing some of the pieces that are here, which are probably much beyond this. And I think, at least to my perspective, that has gone well. Again, there could be individual considerations or frustrations that some of us might have, but I'm also wondering how this parking requirement consideration fits into the parking survey results that I believe will be shared this week at Mobile GR, just for another, point of knowledge. Commissioner Robbins, you serve on that. So I've had some people ask me that question as well. So that's a lot, but I also think, I don't think that this is, I think this is timely. I think it is important. I think it's our responsibility. And I just wanted to put those questions out there to my colleagues, also to those that might be watching, to know that these things are not taken lightly. And also when this responsibility of what we can do is in front of us, we should do that. But I also appreciate the recognition that we know that this will not solve all of our housing challenges in a group of 5 ordinance changes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for really articulating some of the key concerns that we've heard. I appreciate that. I would add, I know many of us have also heard concerns about the accessory dwelling units also being built and utilized for short-term rental, which brings up probably another different conversation that we need to have, especially if these short-term rental bills pass in Lansing. I think there is growing frustration that we do have a policy and an ordinance, and some people feel like it's not enforced. That, to me, though, is a secondary issue. It's not a zoning issue. So again, how do we make sure that we're educating people and parceling these out and say, yes, these are legitimate concerns. However, this isn't a zoning code concern. This is a policy and enforcement concern, and that's a different issue for us to address. So thank you. Commissioner Perdue?
Yes, thank you.
Respond to
Okay. Would you like to respond first?
Yeah, just real quickly, because Ms. Turkelson, I saw her looking, because Commissioner Sazi had mentioned this earlier about the point about while it may be different in policy and zoning text, there may not be much difference in practice by the number of waivers, and we did begin the process of researching the number of parking waivers. I don't know if the data is readily available, but we certainly can follow up and provide that at a future date if it's not.
I do have it. It's in a format that I'd have to do quick math, and I'm not sure that that's a great idea for me to do. So
we'll come back and.
But I can.
Yeah, and I don't expect you to sit and answer all the questions or concerns that we posed today, but I do appreciate us being able to share them with you so that you can come back to us with information, but also have it available when the questions are asked when we're together on the 19th or next month. So, Commissioner Perdue?
Thank you. I echo my thanks for all the hard work you all have done since we formally saw you last. So thank you. So this is, I've appreciated how this conversation has evolved. We started looking at housing needs. We looked at what's within our power to change and take action on. We've looked at maps, we looked at current state and changes to consider. I'd like to offer an additional layer of view that I haven't heard as explicitly as I would like, and that's that equity lens. Right, so we looked at the data, we looked at code. I want to talk a little bit more explicitly what will be the impact of these proposed changes through the lens of equity. One of our strategic priorities as a city is economic prosperity and affordability. Who will financially gain from these changes and who won't? Where might this help or harm or make no changes to folks who are, barely making ends meet in our city, which is a big portion of our city, who are in survival mode but not thriving mode and saving mode. And so particularly given the demographic makeup of the third ward, I would like to insert questions and ask for explicit comments around current state and what might be some of those intended consequences and potential unintended consequences that we'll need to keep our eye on if these are passed, be implemented to make sure that we are supporting equitable access to economic opportunity. So that's my first comment and question back. And when this comes before us again, I would like to, or even in the between time as you look to answer our questions, I would like to hear a little bit more from that lens. Relatedly to, in that same vein, so I was reviewing my notes from when we were together last July, have tons of scribbles, question marks, points that were made. I'm curious to hear, and this is a question for now, or at least to begin now, from what we talked about last July to now, were there any changes in what you all are ultimately bringing to us, or is this essentially what we discussed last summer coming back to us as saying, yep, we continue to vet it, and we kind of double down on those initial thoughts?
So I would say that the categories or the topics, if you will, have not changed. And that was intentional on my part because there was alignment between the two commissions as to what topics or policy buckets do we want to stay in. So those have not changed. There are some similarities, like we talked about maybe we should look at owner occupancy or looking at our review process, but we didn't have the recommendation at that time or any recommendation to say, let's eliminate owner occupancy. So I looked at that as what you saw last July was the starting point of, are these the right topics? Is this heading in the right direction? And there seemed to be general consensus of, yes, we did want to look at what is the review process and should it be changed. Then the Planning Commission took that, staying on your ADU example, the Planning Commission took that and said, after, AARP, for example, has a best practice for accessory dwelling units, looking at the impact of state legislation in California around accessory dwelling units, and ultimately arrived at the recommendation that, yes, we should make it by right. We should allow for accessory dwelling units to be staff level review. We should eliminate the owner occupancy to allow for greater flexibility. So I don't think, I think we're in the same vein, but not, there was no decisions about the specifics of the recommendation. We didn't have discussion on going from 4 to 6 unrelated occupants. We talked about, could there be an opportunity to increase the number of unrelated occupants, but that final number of 6 being proposed was not part of, was not the only thing on the table. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure, because I'm looking back at my notes, and some of those comments that you just mentioned were part of our conversation last summer.
Yep, they were the starting points for sure. And then the Planning Commission vetted those starting points and added more context around them, evaluated, does that make sense?
Okay, I think I'm understanding. So essentially, you continue to research and look into the changes that you all proposed to consider last summer, and then essentially we're saying, yep, the research, what we found in other cities or what we kind of see happening at the state legislature level, really, this still makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So based on past conversations and our research or involvement in zoning reform around the country, you're absolutely right. There is ideas that I put forward to start that conversation between the two Planning Commission, between the two commissions. Group living uses, because we know that there are inherent challenges with allowing for transitional shelters and the requests that we were receiving from our nonprofit providers, that was a starting point of, should we look at our transitional shelters and provide greater flexibility? And then Planning Commission took that idea and fleshed that out and said, okay, when it's less than 6 that reside in the home, here's the review process, here's where they could be located. If it's between 7 and 12 individuals, here's where that could be located. So they took those ideas or those starting points and fleshed them out, evaluated them, and provided more specificity around how would we implement that concept.
Okay, thank you. A few more comments or questions. So because we did look at research from other cities and other parts of the country, I am, and some folks, I think some of these changes are new there, I assume, and in other cities they've been doing it a lot longer. So I'd be curious what you found in the research around what some of those short and long-term impacts were, right? Particularly from that initial lens that I started from, what happened the way that was expected, and then what were maybe some of those unanticipated consequences that we didn't expect, particularly around displacement, affordability, economic security. So I would love to hear a little bit more of that. I think that's a really, really important context. I mean, we have the luxury in some ways because there's research out there of learning from the wins and pitfalls of what other people are trying. And what might work well in another city may not work well here, right? We have a very different context, a different culture, a different built environment. And so really wanted to make sure as we're looking across the country and looking for examples and things to try here, that we are making those connections of, will it actually work here and why, right? How are we similarly situated? How are we not? And how is that similarity and difference? How might that impact implementation? I think that's really important. I mean, I think that's what neighbors want to know, right? And that's where a lot of their concerns are coming from, and this fear and this wondering of how will this impact me? To kind of begin to wrap up here, in the vein of neighborhood education sessions or neighborhood education and engagement, thank you for making that connection to Commission I Now. I didn't realize we were using that time in that way, and that's exciting to hear. You offered a map in your presentation. I would love to see that. It was you mentioned it with this slide. And then I'm wondering if there's a red line copy of the proposed changes in our packet that's not red line, just so it's clear to us and to others what exactly is being changed line by line. I think that will be helpful in the...
There's a red line copy in the packet.
It must be this new system and all the attachments. I will look. Thank you.
You should talk to Luke Canfield.
We typically include that, but certainly.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Okay, I will remove that from my ask. I will go back and look. Thank you for pointing that out. And I think that's the majority of the comments. Again, just thank you for your work. I'm really excited to see this go forward. I do agree when things are in our realm of control and ability to do something, we should, and just want to make sure we're being really mindful. The last voice that we haven't heard formally, and I'm wondering if there might be opportunity from, are some of those nonprofit housing providers, some of those housing service providers, housing advocates. I don't know if you all talk to them as part of your process. There's an opportunity to interact with them here, but I would love to hear them weigh in. I think with other decisions we made last year around some ordinance changes, those voices were missing, and I think it's important to make sure that they're part of the conversation and we have the buy-in, we have that perspective. And then lastly, real lastly this time, to kind of the mayor's opening comments. I know this was initially proposed to come in front of us again for consideration on the 9th. I would like to move that this comes before us at that second meeting in April 23rd. That will ensure that whoever our new third ward commissioner is has time to get up to speed on this before being asked to vote at their first meeting on these really significant changes, and allow more time for that community input, engagement, and education.
So I have a motion over here. Is there a second to move to April 23rd?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. So let's vote on the motion that's before us, and then we'll wrap up and come back and do a vote. So all in favor of the motion to move from April 9th to April 23rd, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the motion carries. Now we have an amended resolution before us to set the public hearing on March 19th and have it come back before us on April 23rd. Do I need another motion for that? For the amended? Yes. So can I get a? Thank you. So moved and supported. So that's what's before us now. I do think that will give time to get some additional information to us on all of the questions posed. I think all the questions and comments from my colleagues were good ones. They echo what many of us have heard from community. And then even if you can summarize some of the research that has been done, any of the feedback from other communities that, where there were unintended consequences, I think that would be helpful as well. And commissioners, am I missing anything else? All right. I'll call the question then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. So it'll come back before us at 3:30 for our commission meeting with that change, for it to come back on the 23rd of April, for March 19th as public hearing, ample time for additional public comment at the first meeting in April on April 9th, and then back before us for a decision on April 23rd. All right, Commissioners, that finishes up our action items today. We have about 40 minutes for you to take a break, hopefully grab something to eat before we move into our interviews. So just a reminder, we have 3 interviews scheduled. We have Mr. Marshall Kilgore at 11:30. We have Mr. Bingoy at 12:30 and John Krajewski. Am I getting that right? Krajewski. Ugh. I'm gonna have to practice that one. Krajewski at 1:30. After that, we'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back here at 3:30 for our City Commission meeting. All right. With that, we will close this Committee of the Whole, and I'll see you all back here at 11:30. Krajewski.
Just real quick.
let's go ahead and get started with our interviews for Third Ward City Commission candidates as we work to fill the vacancy that currently exists. So Mr. Marshall Kilgore is our first candidate that we'll be interviewing today. So thank you for coming back and going through the process. And I know my colleagues who weren't a part of the appointments committee, we were able to either observe live the interviews or go back and watch them. So we're all familiar with the first round interviews, so I'm not going to repeat any of those questions today. And today will be similar. I'll do a round robin. I'll start. We'll go around, probably give each commissioner time to ask maybe 2 questions. We'll keep an eye on the time, and then I'll leave time at the end for you to ask us any questions. I don't plan to use the timer today. I'll give you an opportunity to answer, but if you seem to be going long, I'll try to get you to wrap it up. I'll probably be about 45 minutes, 50 minutes most, so we can have a little break in between interviews today. So, sound good? Do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. It's an honor to be here with you all this morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So I think I'll start with our Third Ward colleague, since this position, this individual will be working directly with her to represent the Third Ward. So I'll start down here with Commissioner Perdue, and I'll just work my way down, and then I'll ask the last question, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Perdue to ask a second question. Commissioners are welcome to ask for clarification. So as you answer, after your answer, if there's a clarifying question, Commissioners are welcome to do a follow-up before we move on to the next question.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. So Commissioner Perdue, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see you again. Excited for today's conversation. So the first question for today, might you please describe a difficult decision you have had to make that might have been unpopular, but you believe it was right? What was the process you used to make that decision?
Good morning. I think of a lot of decisions come to mind. I think of my most current work as Director of Engagement for the West Michigan Environmental Action Council. We made the decision to talk about some of the language in the legislation surrounding the incinerator. So in the My Clean Energy Bill package, we made the really difficult decision. It wasn't popular in Lansing, but we felt as though it was necessary for our local neighborhoods to know of that what is generated by the incinerator burning trash was not renewable or clean energy. And we really wanted to speak out against that specific diction in that legislation. So I think that was a very challenging decision for our team, but as someone who has Lansing knowledge, policy knowledge, I thought it was really imperative that we allowed our community to know that that's not renewable energy, right? And that was difficult, but uplifted our environmental justice goals, which I'll talk a lot about. That's very personal for me. And here within the city, we've seen a lot of efforts around sustainability, helping our planet and our communities. So that incinerator now, of course, it has a sunset, right? And we know that it will be decommissioned. But I am always big on pushing for clarity, transparency when we're talking to our residents.
And if I could just repeat the second part of that question, what was the process you used to make that decision?
Yes, thank you for repeating that. And like I said last time, I'm always a little nervous. This is such just an awesome opportunity, so I don't take it lightly. I've been praying the whole way here to, be concise with my answers. So thank you for restating that. So the process of that was taking and weighing the legislation, which is a saying that you'll hear me say a lot, take it and weigh it. My grandma Jerry used to say that, take it and weigh your decisions. Do we support these bills as they were? I had been in Lansing working with legislators, seeing what this legislation would look like for the Third Ward, West Michigan, Grand Rapids. So the process was working with legislators to see what they came up with. And then sort of at the end, what happens sometimes with policy in Lansing, there were these little carve-outs and these last little things that were sort of put in. So the process was saying, let's be concise here, let's slow down, let's dig into the legislation and see what we're talking about here. So it was working with legislators, then hearing from community advocates, very engaged citizens on what they believed was important, and it was taking and weighing. Do we totally say we are no longer in support of this legislation, which I didn't think was a good idea. I think it in totality was a really good set of bills, or do we speak directly to what isn't the best for our community? So it was working with the legislators, connecting with our community, and then making a very concise decision in terms of that. And that was a process. And I think in terms of any civic engagement or legislation or policies that you're going to enact, we see this at the city level all the time. We always want to make sure that there's transparency and that folks who are going to be affected by whatever decision you make are part of the decision-making process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Evans?
All right. Good morning. Welcome back, Mr. Kilgore. Good to see you.
Good morning.
So my question is around public safety, which has been a big focus. The charter says, the first responsibility of the city is to take care of persons and property. So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on the current staffing levels of police and then of fire? And then part two of that question would be, would you support an increase or decrease in funding, whether that be directly to those departments or, reallocating funds away from them to other city services? I guess just trying to get a good frame of mind of your thoughts pertaining to that issue.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Robbins. What a wonderful question. My mother is here with me today. She's been a juvenile probation officer for 20 plus years in our community, right in the 3rd Ward on Madison. So I'm a son of a juvenile probation officer. I've went with Cops with Kids all my life. I see the extremely imperative and important job that our first responders do every single day. I know firsthand that we need to beef up our staffing, right? We are paying a significant amount in overtime for our first responders here at the city level. We need to encourage folks to be a part of this. I'm huge on community policing, folks who live within our neighborhoods, protecting and serving their neighborhoods. So first and foremost with staffing, I would support anything that helps people join the forces of first responders, whether that's fire or police. I think that is imperative to our city. So I am someone who would, of course, support further dollars going towards both Grand Rapids Police Department and Grand Rapids Fire Department, simply because of the job that they have to do. And we know that if we pay a livable wage, that we get the best work. So that money is going toward a livable wage here to make sure folks who are fighting. I had a suicide attempt in my neighborhood, and the first folks there were the Grand Rapids Fire Department. And I think that's really important. People often hear of some of the more challenging, the shootings and things like that, but people don't hear that story as often, and I've seen that firsthand. So that I would be supportive of that, but I also want to, of course, understand folks' concerns in terms of over-policing in just our nation. I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are, once again, taking and weighing where our funding goes and what it's going to do.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I guess kind of a follow-up question. What would you consider to be over-policing? Do you have examples or just, I guess, could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. So I think if a city or municipality, for example, has dollars that they can allocate, and instead of allocating those dollars to folks to train them for social services, getting social workers in, if they don't take away that and just go straight to increasing military vehicles or something like that. Not saying that the city of Grand Rapids has done that, but that's just an example nationally that we've seen. So I would like to, if we have the possibility, if the dollars are within the budget, to allocate for trainings for diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice. And of course, if we can, what would be a very ambitious, wonderful goal is, of course, social workers. We've seen that around the nation to continue to partner with our first responders to help with some of those really challenging calls like I talked about that happened in my neighborhood.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Mr. Kilgore. Thanks for being here today. My question is really around a continuation of allocation of resources. So as Commissioner Robbins mentioned, there are some different provisions in our charter that have been added to our charter. But how do you think that the city should balance the allocation of its resources to provide those most important city services and what we are required to do, while also supporting other important initiatives and other efforts in our community that, you know, may have come up through just changes in how the world works or other realities?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Isasi. I mean, really important question. This is the job of a commissioner, right? To walk and chew gum at the same time, to say, okay, we've got some specific things that we have to do. I think of, you know, that is one of my goals here, is to continue the really important work that you all have done, which is, you know, having fair public and private investment in the third ward. Historically, we've seen de-investment in our ward, and we have to continue to balance that. As a chair of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission, I know firsthand that the city has done just that. We've seen what has been done in the past, and we are making up for that. We are aggressively investing in our infrastructure in the third ward, for example. So sidewalk projects, lead pipe replacement projects. So that's sort of and that's equitable, right? So that's making sure that we have the same amount of our infrastructure dollars invested throughout each ward. So for example, our sidewalk projects for the next 3 years are really zoned in on the third ward. We're starting there, and then we'll go to the next ward. So that's sort of how you make sure you're balancing those monies. And then more of those ambitious projects or projects that the community wants to see. I have encouraged time and time again for my neighbors to participate in participatory budgeting, to come to those community master plannings. I've hosted those, right? I've been a part of those very intimate sessions with neighbors to make sure that their voices are being heard. So I think first we have to make sure historically that we have that public investment fairly allocated through each ward, like the sidewalk example, and then take that really important feedback from our community through those community engagement sessions and apply that to the dollars that we have to allocate for the fiscal year.
Great. Thank you. Mr. O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and welcome. So earlier today, we just voted to put a public hearing on the agenda for a significant package of zoning changes that have been under consideration for some time. I assume that you're familiar with those and have been paying attention to those. I'm just curious your thoughts on those, and I think as the newly appointed Third Ward Commissioner, that will be one of the first, if not the most major decision they'll make in their first month in office. And so I'm just, curious what your thoughts are on those and if you support the package or not.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner O'Connor. I mean, first and foremost, when we talk about, I believe you're talking about the housing and the zoning changes to our charter. I mean, these are really important. And I believe that as a human rights advocate and someone who has organized around our state and worked to uplift the most marginalized and underserved, first and foremost, I'm looking through any policy or zoning change with an equity lens. Who is this going to affect that have been historically marginalized or underserved? I think in terms of housing, this is easily one of the most pressing and challenging issues facing not only our city, but our nation. There's multiple things that we need to do in terms of helping housing. I mean, I think of the metaphor of a ladder, right? That first rung or step is subsidies, incentives. Then you have land and zoning, general regulations and codes, financing, and then, to be ambitious, a possible millage, right? These are all steps on a ladder to get us to our goal of accessible and affordable housing. So you're speaking to the zoning step of that ladder. I think the accessory dwelling units are imperative. The increasing density in residential areas and reducing parking requirements are all very important. I serve on our Housing Appeals Board, so I've gotten some experience with really cutting into and seeing how these policies and rules affect our citizens. But I believe that I would be in support of some of these changes because we've had this conversation for quite a while within our city. And this is one of those things where I think think of some social work terms in terms of like wicked problems, right? Housing can sort of be a wicked problem within many communities, but get in the way of that. And once again, I think we need to continue to have increased community outreach surrounding this. There's a petition right now to all of you all surrounding these changes. Some folks feel as though they haven't had as much of a voice in these changes, and they'd like to hear from you all more before these decisions are made. So yes, I'm supportive of them, but I also want to, like I said, in every decision we make sure that our neighbors who are going to be affected by these changes are part of there and right at the decision-making table. But yes, I would support those.
Thank you. I'm trying to jump the gun. On the heels of that, thank you for being here this afternoon, Ms. Kilgore. As we think about the zoning changes in our community, let's move to the next rung of this question, which would be what the role that the city should be playing in supporting local business in our neighborhood and commercial districts. That's something that's near and dear to my heart, and I think it's really important that we look at, because as we increase density in our community, then we're also thinking about businesses in those communities and how they're supported by that density that comes in. So as you think about that in our commercial districts and our local businesses, can you give me some examples of what role you feel like the city should play in that?
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Knight. I mean, I think of first and foremost with, the fair and equitable public and private investment that I spoke to earlier. So some of our regional plans in concert with the Third Ward Equity Fund have really helped with this. So I think of the meetings of Southtown and the South Division Plan, where the city, sort of serves as a convener and someone to once again elevate and amplify those local voices and to reflect what their goals are. I think that's our role, is to once again gather what is the consensus, what does the community want to see, and then what are best practices, what are we seeing throughout our state that works and that will benefit businesses long term, not short term solutions, but longevity thinking. I think of business owners who are able to sort of do well for the first few years, and then they are able to have longevity within our city. So I'm hoping to once again amplify those voices through some of our regional specific plans and ensure that whatever zoning, whatever changes we have for businesses will be reflective of what business owners really believe will help them.
Thank you. And just to add to the end of that question, do you have any specific examples of what that looks like in our community, the support of those local businesses?
I think of specifically, a big infrastructure guy. So we talk about public and private investment. How do we make this city a more welcoming and inclusive place? We have heard neighbors through community master planning, through some of these regional specific plans, talk about things such as safety, right? Once again, investing in our first responders, making sure the Third Ward is safe, and that can in turn help business. We've also heard of things like the work that I'm doing on Vital Streets, which is making sure the outside beautification, right? That's a big part of this. So making sure businesses feel welcome and we don't have blights and things within our city. So those are the specific things of safety measures and not only first responder safety measures, but some of the work that you all are already doing, like the LED lights, right? Making sure you can see and it's bright within our neighborhoods. So I think those are some of our specific roles: safety, beautification.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask a follow-up question to Commissioner O'Connor's, and then I'll ask a separate question. So you referenced housing millage, and I recall you did that in the first interview as well. So I'm curious, are you advocating for a local millage for housing? And if so, what would that, in your mind, what would that entail?
So, Mayor Bliss, no, I'm not advocating for a millage, and I was just talking to Josh from the chamber about this. That can be a challenge, right? And we don't know if that would be as effective. But I remember specifically in Cal, before the first interview, Commissioner Perdue talking about some ambitious things and trying to sort of overturn every rock that we can to help with this, once again, what can be a wicked, challenging problem to our community. So I'm not advocating for that. I don't know what the specifics of that may look like, but it's one of those things where I'm open to the conversation. I'm open to hearing from professionals within the housing field to hear what that may look like. But I want to leave no stone unturned over in terms of really combating the housing crisis here in our state, in our ward, and in our city.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. And then a separate question, not related to that, is, the city over the last several years, we've started a number of new initiatives. And I'm curious, even if you can just think of like the last 3 to 5 years, in your opinion, out of all the initiatives that we've started or efforts that we've tried, if you can identify 1 or 2 that you think were incredibly successful, and maybe 1 or 2 that you think were not all that effective, and why?
Sure. I can think of our successes. I think I am someone who likes to be an optimist and think of places where we've done really, really well. I believe that as the chair of Vital Streets, I would be remiss if I didn't say that is where we've done well. We brought this to voters. They said yes, use our tax dollars for this vital, pun intended, vital funding, right, for infrastructure within our city. And we have seen where we have over half of our roads within their city are in good and fair standard. That's huge. That is far different than cities of our size, and we talk about that all the time at Vital Streets. So that's one of those things where infrastructure has no party, it has no race, it has no religion. It's where we all benefit, and those are the type of decisions that I really want to continue to influence and support as someone who would be filling the remainder of this term. In addition to that, so the Vital Streets plan. In addition to that, our canopy goals, or once again, sustainability. I think that's huge. Once again, in comparison to cities of our size, to have that ambitious of a goal is huge. And once again, environmental justice. That helps us in terms of, we know that our urban cores who have Black and brown residents are affected differently by extreme weather events. So that's extreme heat. So when we contribute to this ambitious canopy goal, we help combat some of these environmental injustices that cities of our similar demographic and size experience. So those ambitious goals that are working out really well, and dynamic partnerships like Friends of Grand Rapids Parks, planting a tree within my neighborhood was awesome. So those are 2 examples that I think are wonderful successes. In terms of, it is very hard for me to think of, or not very hard, but it can be challenging to think of something that hasn't done well. And I will use the term of, I will say, room for improvement, as you do in your professional reviews or annual reviews. And I think that would really, I can speak to another success, our third ward equity plan, right? I think that is phenomenal. With participatory budgeting, we saw close to $1,750,000 coming into the third ward for really important projects. And I think that's important. And in terms of room for improvement, I can think of sustainability. I would really like to see more green spaces. So I can't think of at this moment. I'd have to give that a little bit more thought of, I really came in swinging with, okay, this is what I support and what I want to build on, right? As someone who's going to be in this role, I think it's important to think of where you want to add, right? Thinking of positives. But I think we are lacking in terms of green space. I think the third ward is down 17 parks compared to the first and second wards. So, making sure we include green space is going to be huge as we move forward.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Commissioner Perdue?
Thank you. I have a follow-up question from the mayor's question. while you weren't able to name a city initiative that you felt was least successful, you mentioned that you've thought about where you might support and where you might want to add or improve. So kind of in the same vein of that second part of the mayor's question, can you say a little bit more about, maybe it wasn't a failed city initiative, but that area that you have in mind that is a priority in terms of an improvement area for the city as a whole?
Yeah, so
for the third ward.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, to further on that green space, what does green space do for folks, right? There are reports from our nation that says that green spaces can aid in helping reduce crime. It can help with those sort of, I know you're familiar, Commissioner Perdue, those SDOH, right, our social determinants of health, helping with health. So really making sure that we contribute to that positively is important. I think another area where we can continue to, once again, areas to improve on our sort of just our outreach, right? I know that's been a huge thing recently throughout all of our city initiatives, right? How do we engage with the public? How do we connect with the public? How do we make timing? A constant conversation I have is from neighbors, Marshall, I'm really interested in what they're talking about at the City Commission, but I'm at work at 2, right? And then encouraging and making sure they know the next one will be at 7, and hopefully they can make that. So continuing to have this robust communication system, I think, is an area for growth that I'm seeing happening progressively, but I want to still, in an ambitious way, contribute to. So I think those are 2 areas, right? Continuing to beef up our communications, how we connect with residents and our neighbors within the city, and also contributing to that green space are going to be huge. We've got to be pretty ambitious again in terms of how we make this city a thriving place for people of color. We are constantly on lists for best places to live, and I so agree. But then there's also a Forbes list, I think from a few years back, that said this was one of the worst places for people of color to succeed in. So how are we once again intentionally uplifting our marginalized and people of color within our city is going to be huge. How do we have direct impact with some of our city's leaders, our ward's leaders, to combat this issue? Because that's still an issue that's there. And that sort of encompasses everything that we've talked about today. That's business, that's environment, that is public safety. That's going to be very important.
Thank you. So my second unique question. So we are in a unique time, literally, in terms of 2024 being an election year. This seat was up for an appointment, but it's also up for an election this fall. And you've talked about your current employment at WMEAC. And so thinking about the next 10 months, and you've declared, or I don't know if you filed officially, but you shared in your last interview that you do plan to run this year. And so thinking that, going out for the appointment, working, if you're appointed, serving, and also running is a lot. So I'd be curious to hear how you might handle balancing all of those responsibilities in order to be truly present and committed and effective in each. And the second part of that question is thinking about stepping into this role. There are areas due to our lived experience, our professional background, that we feel really good and feel like we can hit the ground running in. And there's other areas where we might need to grow or spend dedicated time learning an issue area, learning more about city operations, or expanding our network and connectivity and community, right? And so the second part of my question is, might you share what you anticipate to be where you will be ready to hit the ground running? What would be those strengths that you will carry off the bat? And then where will you need to spend some dedicated time and growing to really fully be ready to serve in this role on behalf of the Third Ward? And let me know if you need to repeat it, because that was a long one.
Scribble down some notes for that.
So part one, how might you handle balancing all the responsibilities if you were to be appointed, serving, working, and campaigning? And then if appointed or if elected, tell us more about where you think you will hit the ground running and do really well, and where might you need to spend some dedicated time and grow and learn in order to best serve.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Perdue. Great question, and this is something that I am continuously talking to just my team and my support system about, right? It's something, like I said, when I first started out, this is not something I'm taking lightly at all. It is an incredible opportunity to continue to serve my neighbors. So how am I going to be present in a campaign, serving the appointment process, and also my full-time job? I am so honored that WEMEAC has been supportive of this and sees me as someone who can juggle these things. I currently serve on 3 city committees, so I'm someone who I'm dedicated, I'm committed, and I really just like seeing positive change. I'm someone who I think we all have specific gifts and things that we were brought here to this world for, and one of mine is just to help other folks out. To help people feel seen, valued, and heard. So I believe that the juggling act of these important roles, I've already effectively shown that I can do that through my work at WEMEAC, through city committees, and then just, being a good partner, being a good son, being a good brother. Those are important things to juggle, as well as we are human in these roles as well. So I believe I'm very comfortable in the very important juggling act that you have to do with those 3, and would be able to be present and fully engage with our community as I do that. Like I said, I'm always encouraging folks to be a part of this process. For the second part, I wrote down expanding growth, right? Growth within different things. I think I'd be able to hit the ground running in terms of the environment, in terms of connecting to our ambitious sustainability goals, reducing. I was very happy to hear about our very good goal of carbon emissions reductions, things like that. Would be able to hit the ground running in terms of community outreach, engaging with everyone across our city. I believe that is my role currently in my daytime job, and then also something I love to do is to be a connector, a social bridge builder to help folks feel connected to City Hall. That would be something I'm able to do as well. Housing, as someone who has served as a program manager for the unhoused, I believe that those 3 areas, housing, environment, and engagement, would be places where I'd be able to hit the ground running. In terms of places for growth, I've learned that with the Housing Appeals Board, it's definitely a learning curve when you sit down and you actually see what is zoning, what are these codes that we're possibly changing or looking at. That's something where I'm going to be humble and say that I continuously am educating myself on that, and especially as we have, as Commissioner O'Connor said, some very important decisions to make in regards of those. But I'm already starting that education and continuously looking into that, and that's a place where I see where there can be some growth, and I will continue to learn in my position.
So thank you for that. So when you talk about that learning curve and really digging in, you're right. I've joked that I feel like I've been in Law School 101 this year, or this past year and a half. So are you saying specifically room to grow to really learn the technicalities around housing and zoning, or can you just
Sure, yeah, exactly that, of what do these codes look like? I'm someone who I get the social aspect of it 100%. I'm there, I get my neighbors' concerns, I get the possible social outcomes, as I discussed, with having an equity lens when we make these decisions. But what does it look like to have single family versus 2-family? What does it look like when we have less parking? Getting into that nitty-gritty is something that, like I said, I want to remain down to earth and humble about, and talk with the community about, like, hey, like I said, folks have petitions and everything. I think that's a positive here as well. It's a room for growth, but it's a positive because the general public is also learning as we go with this. So I think that's something that would be really important for me to continue to look into the specific zones, the specific codes, and how that plays out, and the specifics of what, when it says the number X, what does that mean for our community, is something that I will continue to educate myself on, fully delve into, so I can help our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of going off the theme of big decisions. So this year we have a lot of transformational projects going on, some in our downtown corridor, and also some exciting ones going on in our neighborhood. So I'm curious, what would you support these projects as they continue to come to us and as we continue to make decisions about them? And are there any in particular that you'd be, especially supportive or unsupportive of?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Robbins. I think this is definitely one of the places where citizens really feel as though they have a direct connection with City Hall. I am supportive of projects that will benefit all residents, right? I'm always trying to see what decision will help the majority of folks. So helping the majority of residents have access to these projects that will help the economy and elevate the experience of our city. So a few come to mind. I think of the Grand Rapids Museum expansion. Wonderful. Anything that is helping the youth in our community, that is an amazing resource that we have that is really interesting because the city is the operator, sort of the, in lack of better words, owner of that entity. And I think that's wonderful. I have amazing core memories in the Third Ward, but also being right downtown at that public museum, some amazing memories. And I want that to continue to be available for generations. And so not only is it educational, but it drives our economy, right? Wonderful. So that's a win-win. I think we have 5 major city facilities coming, right? Things like the MLK Park Lodge, which will have, neighborhood classes, full gym. So once again, helping the health, helping our youth, but also safety, right? There's 2 fire stations as well that will be added. These are just important projects that are, when I'm thinking of the possible decisions and these big decisions that I'm making, I'm trying to put myself in a space where these are holistic decisions, where it is benefiting the majority and where the public understands why we're doing it. So that project as well, and the car share program, that's another amazing sort of project that I think is really will help with additional mobility options. So those are some of the projects that I'm excited about and I would support.
Great, thanks. I appreciate you calling out some of those exciting things. I think we're all very excited about those as well. Could you speak specifically to the amphitheater project and what your thoughts are on that? And then, although the conversations are very early, there's a proposed soccer stadium venue of some sort as well. And just wondering if you could share your thoughts on the conversations that are being had about that so far.
Yeah, as someone who's deeply involved within our communities and the Third Ward, throughout our city, this is a conversation that many folks are having. If you talk about City Hall, that's sort of top of mind right now, and rightfully so, because once again, it has the opportunity to bring in revenue, help drive the economy, jobs. Folks, this recently was in a conversation where someone was talking about the hundreds of, if not thousands of jobs these projects could bring to our city, which that's what folks need right now, accessibility to jobs. I jokingly said back, yeah, Amazon can't be the only folks bringing jobs to Grand Rapids. We need projects like these. But once again, you have to have a holistic approach to these. So the sort of back and forth, I'll take the amphitheater first, Commissioner Robbins. So the implications of the sound, right? When concerned citizens came here meeting after meeting to talk about possible sound, that was something that I really feel as though you all had a very leveled approach on, right? And then there's been talks of specifically sound barriers and how those could be put in to help mitigate that issue. So once again, I think it's wonderful, great, it'll drive the economy, bring jobs, bring entertainment, help people, have a better quality of life. But then we have to be very intentional about how we bring these projects to the community and hear those community concerns. So I think it's a wonderful project that I would support, as long as every step of the way we're hearing out our community that's going to be affected by it. And then the soccer stadium, I have really been excited about because of some of the similar examples: economy, jobs, quality of life, just a fun, I love the Griffins. So I'm really excited to see what soccer will bring and the sort of fanatics that it will bring to our city. But I'm loving the organizing that some folks are doing in terms of, can this venue be used for community groups to practice in? Can the folks who call this city home, can they come and have their Young Five soccer team come and practice for a reasonable rate? Those are the type of conversations that I want to continue to uplift and support as we talk about those big projects.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. So Commissioners, I'd say we have 10 minutes left, so I'll turn to the three of you. If you have another question, feel free to ask. Go ahead. You want, Commissioner?
Sure. Mr. Kilgore, can you, a follow-up from Commissioner Perdue, and I have a quick question on, have you filed to run? I know you said that in the first meeting, so I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, so I'm collecting my signatures now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right. So my question is this. So the six of us right now have the responsibility, a variety of responsibilities, but one of the most important ones, I believe, is to manage the performance and work of our appointed officials, the 4 appointed officials. Can you describe your experience providing direction and feedback and working through conflict with individuals who are working at the highest levels of organizations?
Yeah, so I think of my role as a program manager. You know, you worked with a housing resource specialist, so as a supervisor to the housing resource specialist to connect people with extremely important social services, right? So short-term and permanent housing. So I think that's really important in terms of supervising and understanding the weight of whatever decision you make when supervising someone. I can't say that I've had this direct supervising role to executives or leads over at the same level, but I think the importance was still the same. Like I said, with this opportunity, this wonderful opportunity to help neighbors, I would take that same level of when I got off the phone with someone who was experiencing homelessness and then had to connect with a housing resource specialist, I knew that this was either someone was going to be out in the street freezing, or this was going to help someone be on a road to a very resilient life. So I think that level of importance and understanding that each decision is very valuable and can be life-changing for folks, that will bring that same level of importance to managing our appointed officials.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, either of you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just quickly, you serve on a body with 6 other colleagues, and we don't always agree with each other. And yet we have to find ways to work together, because I know that each of them cares deeply about the city of Grand Rapids just as I do. But sometimes you fail. So can you give me an example of something you were excited about that you failed at, and then what was your process for recovery and finding a way to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think of many examples of where, and once again, my diction is just a little different about that, of where that's a goal that we'll come back to, is what I think of. I think of this in terms of helping our LGBTQ plus community. We, for the past many years, have been fighting for what we now have as the extended Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act here in Michigan. As an organizer, as an advocate, and working for a LGBTQ plus resource center, that's something that we've had to put on the table, take off certain aspects of that. Now we have them. We did really good work in terms of, for example, gender identity markers, on just saying that folks can subscribe to the gender that they believe that they were born to be. There's many aspects of policy and legislation where you often have to say, for the greater good, for something to happen, once again, to not allow for perfection to stand in the way of progress, we have to have these certain things. So I think of working as an advocate that was advocating for those policies to say, maybe we don't have the gender markers right now, but can we talk about, and when you go to the Secretary of State, your correct name being there, right, that you subscribe to. So things like that, where many advocates felt like, no, we've got to push for more. We've got to go further. But once again, let's not let perfection stand in the way of progress and people just feeling like they have a welcoming and inclusive state in place to live in. So that felt like a failure for many, and for myself included, because I feel like your name and your gender are simple things, or just things to identify you, and they should be there. But, now we have those. So I'm very happy to see from the work of legislators and advocates in recent years, we have that. But this has been a conversation for many, many years.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner Knight?
Mayor, can I ask one more follow-up?
Sure.
Ms. Kirgo, you mentioned a number of state-level policies and legislation and advocacy that you've done. Can you talk about the advocacy that you have done on the local level? And it seems like your passion really, I hear it come through around kind of state-level policy. And I've worked on state-level policy as well, and know that what's possible for this body looks quite different in terms of our jurisdiction, what's allowable, so on and so. Can you just kind of speak to that concept?
Sure, yeah. I mean, locally, we've done really well. So we have a human rights ordinance here at the city level that's been really well. But still, in terms of locally, as an LGBTQ plus advocate, folks who are organizing locally to see which landlords will rent to people who are within the LGBTQ plus community, supporting those efforts, right? Locally, there's folks who gather together as renters, right, for tenants' rights, and making sure we have fair and accessible housing for all. So yes, these have been reflected at the state level, and I talk about that specifically at the state level because these were specific changes that residents will feel. But all of that work has started locally. All of it has, in terms of gathering my neighbors, concerned citizens around these issues. But locally, of course, the rights of tenants and people who rent, and then in helping with our housing and unhoused population, and then also within the LGBTQ plus community. And then most recently, both through my work and personally, I'm doing things such as climate cafes where people just come and, you're not looking for a solution, but they can sort of vent and have that social support they need in talking about our climate change and issues surrounding the environment. So that's a very good local, and we usually do that at Last Mile Cafe, where folks get to come and I get to be a participant and just get to vent and be within community. Local cleanups. We did a South Side cleanup this year where we have the annual cleanup along the Grand River, but this one was just right in my neighborhood, the MLK Park neighborhood. So those are the types of things locally that I like to help with in concert with sort of board service as well at Seeds of Promise, right? Community-based solutions around housing, public safety, some pressing things that we've talked about here this morning. So I've done it at every local, state, and federal level.
Thank you for making the connection.
Great, thank you. All right, I think that will conclude our questions. And so I'll turn to you to see if you have any questions for us as we finish this up.
Yeah, I think of, I really was thinking of Commissioner Perdue's, one of your last questions from last interview of what will be important as your colleague in the Third Ward? What will that look like? What will your ideal candidate as a colleague look like for you?
All right, I think that question is for you, Commissioner
Yes.
Perdue.
I didn't know I wasn't prepared to speak. Thank you for the question. Looking for someone, of course, we are all separate individuals. We all have different life experience, professional experience. We have different priorities that we come to. But someone who is committed to certainly working together, to Commissioner O'Connor's point, finding those points of collaboration. And I think the Third Ward is in need of courageous policy leaders, thinkers, as well as folks who can engage. And I think what's challenging about this role is that it is part-time with full-time responsibilities, and there are really high expectations of us, rightly so. And so the more that we can work together as a united front to show we are listening and we have your back and we're taking your concerns and your needs to City Hall, the better. As well as the more we can divide and conquer, the better. Because the Third Ward is geographically large. There's lots of different interest groups. And so with the limited time that we have, making sure that folks feel seen, heard, engaged on. So that's just a quick start, but certainly finding some of the synergy and policy areas for me, certainly equitable economic development, holistic approach to public safety, pathways to opportunity are top for me. And so I'm looking for someone who can align on those issues as well as be present. Be very present, be very engaged, be really committed and take this seriously, understanding the weight of it, understanding the challenges of it, and continue to be resilient and committed through all of that.
Thank you. It's always cool when you get to ask a question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And just in the last couple minutes we have, are there any final statements or comments you want to make as we close up your interview?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bliss. This has been, like I've said throughout this is a wonderful opportunity to continue to serve my neighbors. And locally, I mean, being someone who's been engaged at all levels of government is really important to me because it can truly help your community. And I also think of Friends of Slow Streets. I mean, these are some engaged folks who have full-time jobs, do jobs, just working to make our neighborhoods safer, right? So that's something that I've been sitting in on those meetings and engaged. So my simple belief is that we all deserve to feel seen, valued, and heard, and like we have a fighting chance. So that is why I have went through this process and hope to be able to work with you all. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to step up and help folks. That's simply my goal, is to help my community neighbors. And I've loved being able to do that through our city committees and also through board service or just being a super volunteer with some of our local agencies. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your time and your questions. When the city clerk said it was going to be more like a congressional hearing, I was like, oh gosh.
City clerk.
Oh gosh.
We don't want you scaring anybody off.
But no, it couldn't scare me. I was too excited because you got to focus on, and I hope, sorry, city clerk, I hope I didn't start any mess. But I knew it was going to be an interesting round of questions. So thank you all for your very impactful questions, and I hope to continue to have a working relationship with you all.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you again. I know we said thanks last time, but thank you for stepping up and having the courage to participate in a very public process. I really appreciate it. And we'll move through today to finish up the rest of the interviews, and then we will have a discussion at our next commission meeting on the 19th, where we will discuss who to move forward. And then if there's consensus around this body, we'll move forward with that appointment on the 19th. So, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, commissioners, why don't we take a 6-minute break and we'll give time for the transition and the next candidate to come and get settled. All right, commissioners, I think we're going to go ahead and get started with our second interview with Mr. Bingoy, who is here with us. And being similar to our first interview, it'll be a bit of a round robin. I'll start down here with Commissioner Perdue, and we'll each ask one or two questions depending on time. We'll make sure that we leave a little bit of time at the end for you to ask any questions that you have, and then to make any final comments before we finish up. So thank you first for stepping up and putting your name in and being willing to serve this season of a vacancy as Commissioner Moody stepped down back in December. So really appreciate you stepping up and being interested in serving. Yeah, thanks.
I'm honored to do this. I'm telling you, I'm nervous, but I am honored to have been selected to apply for this position, and I look forward to serving with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is your microphone on by chance? Is that the button green?
See, I'm a rookie.
There we go.
I'm a rookie, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Someone would have come in and fixed it.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So I'll start with Commissioner Perdue, our third ward commissioner, and then, as I said, we'll just go around the table, and depending on time, we'll ask as many questions as we can fit in before we finish up. Commissioner Perdue, start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, good afternoon. Great to see you again. So the first question, might you please describe a difficult decision that you've had to make that might have been unpopular, but you believed was right? What was the process that you used to make that decision?
Thank you for that question. And I was reflecting on that a little bit because I was sitting here for the first interview. And so allow me to share maybe two incidents, one in terms of the city and one in terms of my own personal experiences here living in the city. So, as you may or may not know, I served this city as the chairperson of the Community Relations Commission some years ago under the, I think it was Ms. Inger Scott Weekly was the director at that time, and I think Kurt Kimball was the city manager at that time, and I think Mayor Hartwell was the mayor at that time. And we were, I was part of a task force that was being asked to address the issue of diversity. At that time, many years ago, I mean, it was a new topic for the city to discuss. And one of the things that they did was that we were sent on as a task force to the state of Florida to look at what they called in Florida their One Florida model. And so after attending and being there with the task force and then coming back, I had to make what I thought was a difficult decision because I'm not the kind of person that always likes to confront things. But I felt I had to deal with this at that time. I and Levi Rickard, Commissioner Levi Rickard at that time, we both went to City Manager Kurt Kimball at that time and said, we will oppose any form of the One Florida model to be implemented in the city of Grand Rapids. And we explained that as being what we saw in the One Florida model was, it was just a sham, because what they did was they wanted to diversify their supplier diversity, and what they did was allow people, business owners, to make 51% ownership to their wives. And so it didn't change the diversity. It changed the diversity in terms of gender, but it didn't change the diversity and opportunities for people of color. And so that was a difficult decision for me as the chair of the Community Relations at the Commission at that time, but I thought it was the right one. And so, I'm not afraid of confronting things, but I'm very careful in how I do that. The second one that was difficult for me in terms of my own personal experience living in the city of Grand Rapids was when I was considering to purchase the Eastern Floral store under a bankruptcy situation. Now, Eastern Floral's original owner sold it to a national company, and that national company went bankrupt. And so I went through the process of bidding on the project and was the winning bidder at that time. And then because they were a public traded company, they had to announce it publicly, and there was a 20-day period in which anyone else can then overbid my winning bid. One of the banks that I went to seek funding for, I went to 3 banks. One of the banks in the city at that time, a local bank, asked for 80% equity. And I said, well, what happened to this advertising that you do about 20%? Well, I want 80% from you. And I said, okay, nothing I can do about it. This is what your answer is. Further down the road, someone did come in with a competing bid. And when my attorney asked them to send a letter of intent from that bank, so that we can be assured that we are competing with someone who can go higher in the price. It was a letter of intent from the bank that asked for 80% equity from me, was asked for 20% equity from this other lender. And it was tough for me because my attorney at that time, Pat Miles, said, hey, how would you like to retire for the rest of your life? And I said, no. I said, no. I mean, it sounded really interesting to do that. I mean, I said no, because it would perpetuate the stereotype that people of color are only seeking for easy ways to get money. And so I didn't. I turned down the opportunity to sue the bank because I didn't want to perpetuate that stereotype. So tough decisions, those two are 2 tough decisions that I had to make. And so, but I think those were the right decisions as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Commissioner Robbins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good to see you, Mr. Goey. My question is on public safety, and it sounds like you, being here in the previous interview, heard me mention about the city charter, and it's stipulating that the city's #1 responsibility is to protect of persons and property. So when it comes to the issue of police and fire staffing, I guess, could you share your thoughts on our current staffing levels? And then part 2 of that question would be, would you ever consider reallocating funding from those departments to other city services?
Having lived in this city for 60 plus years, I've never felt like it was an unsafe city. I've always felt like that, we can always make improvements. So from a business person's perspective, it is not the amount of funding that's going to create a successful, safe city. It is the appropriate use and the wise use of that funding to meet the needs that our police department must have in order to provide the services that we as citizens of the city of Grand Rapids expect from them. So I think that right now what I'm seeing is that even though there has been some decrease in funding for the police, I am not opposed to increase those fundings when necessary and when it is being used appropriately. But again, I want to make sure that, we just don't increase funding or decrease funding just because of our emotions or because of what, we're feeling like. And I think what I'm seeing today is that we have a police department and a team in the police department, a staffing within the police department, a leadership team there that are doing good works in my estimation. I'm sensing that they are listening to the community. I've seen the chief of police at so many different events that I would think, why would you be here? This is not even quote unquote important in my mind. But he is the type of person that was willing to listen, and I've spoken to him many a times. So I think that without knowing a lot about what's going on behind these closed doors, what you are privy of with that information, I think that we are on the right path, and we have the right leader and leadership in the police department. But again, if necessary, I would be willing to increase funding if I know that it will be of benefit to all the residents in the city of Grand Rapids. Now, in terms of reallocating, as a, my lens is business. How do we use money wisely? If I felt like that there is a surplus of funds that is not necessarily needed for the police department at that time, I will certainly be open to do some of those reallocations. But I would really want to make sure that it does not diminish its ability to provide the security and the safety for all of its residents here in Grand Rapids.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. Just a quick follow-up, too. And I think on the police side, we are making some really awesome progress in terms of our staffing numbers and getting back up to our fully authorized number. But curious if you have any specific ideas or feedback on how we could better attain that goal quicker than later.
Yeah, of course. I think in any job or any company that wants to improve itself and to increase its outreach, we have to have the right people in place. And in order to get the right people in place, we also must have the right compensation package that is, based on their talents and their skills that they bring. But I will also say that just because you have large numbers does not mean you're going to be successful. It's not the large number that's going to make you successful. It's the right people in the right places with the right skills that is going to make us have a successful police department who will serve the needs of the citizens of Grand Rapids.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Two comments before I ask my question. One, you went to Florida, so that's interesting to look back on that all these years now as we see what's happening in Florida. No laughs, colleagues. And then two, I'll be waiting on your forthcoming book about that story you just told about lending.
Oh.
So I'd buy it. All right. So my question is continuing on the allocation of resources, but a little bit more general compared to the last question. How do you think the city should balance the allocation of its resources, the things that we're required to do under our charter, to provide the most important service and required services, while also supporting other initiatives or efforts that might come up in our community?
Thank you for the question. I am a strong advocate and proponent for that any allocation of resources, whether it's the city or whether it's my business, is allocated so that everyone is able to receive a benefit from those allocation of resources. So what I mean by that is, my understanding is, and I'm really disappointed in that having lived in the Third Ward for quite a few years. I remember my first foray into quote-unquote city politics was in 1999 when I ran for the Third Ward City Seat Commission. I was a lousy campaigner, I'll tell you. But, and I've always loved being part of the Third Ward. I've always loved being part of the city. But I will say this. I think that sometimes the city has not done a good job in the allocation of funds because it has given some more favorable decisions to other parts of the city and has forgotten that the Third Ward is also an important part of the city. And so, if I'm appointed to this position, I will make sure that the allocation of any funds in the city, make sure that it's going to benefit everyone in the First Ward, Second Ward, and Third Ward. But I will also argue that the Third Ward, having had a history of being left behind in some of those decisions, also I would argue and advocate for maybe some intentional allocation of resources to help lift it back up to comparable levels. I'm talking about equitable levels, not equal levels, but equitable levels with the other wards of the city.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Welcome. Earlier today, we set a public hearing for consideration of some very significant zoning code changes that we've been discussing for the last, my entire time here on City Commission. And, excuse me, just wondering, what your familiarity is with those? Sorry. And, do you support them?
I will tell you that he's so choked up because I'm in front of him. I don't know. Yeah, I'm making. Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. I will be the first one to admit to you that I don't know everything about anything. And so what I heard this morning and what I've heard and read in the past about our challenge of an affordable housing strategy, what I heard this morning is a commission and a city staff that is diligently working very hard to come up with solutions. What I heard this morning are recommendations that are certainly good first steps, or maybe 10 steps ahead already, towards a potential solution. But I also don't believe that this is only a local issue and that only a local city government can resolve this issue. I think that at some point in time, and I don't know if Mayor Bliss can do this now or it has to wait for the next mayor and leadership for the city, but I'm assuming and I hope that regional conversations has occurred and started with this, that the state has been brought to the table and challenged with our Grand Rapids unique situations. Yes, we can study other cities, we can study other things like that, but we have a unique situation here in Grand Rapids. And so therefore, what we have started, what I've heard that we have started, I think is a good start. But again, I would be wanting to make sure that our state does not forget that there is another city besides Detroit. And that's what's been happening. What my experience with the state is that everything seems to be traveling and going into the east side of the state, and that we're being forgotten over here in the west side of the state. So I don't know much. I don't know a lot, but I will say that I'm a quick learner. But in what I've seen and heard today and what I've read in the past, I think we are on the right track to resolving this very difficult problem. Now, from a business side, I will say this. When I first started reading about affordable housing and the challenges that's being faced by the city is, I'm wondering whether the city is looking at affordable housing in terms of getting people off the streets and addressing the homeless issue, or are we addressing the issue of affordable housing for people who want to have their own homes but are prevented from doing so because of zoning issues and things like that? So I think that for me, I need to learn more and understand more from all of you how you are looking and seeing this issue as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I assure you, we are starting to be much more aggressive with support from the state.
You know what I've learned with working with the state is that if you are not aggressive, you're not going to get hurt.
Yeah, I've learned that. Commissioner Knight?
Yes, thank you. My question is, what role should the city play in supporting local businesses in our neighborhood and commercial districts? And can you give some specific examples of what you've seen?
I think that the city has a huge role to play in the development of small businesses. I mean, we know by statistics and by data that small businesses create 62% of all new jobs. And if one looks at the issues that we are facing, and especially in the Third Ward, is that we need to make sure that that the Third Ward is given every opportunity to build a strong economic system that promotes small business development, especially amongst business owners of color. And so I can, I can understand that sometimes, we like these other projects. These are big projects, big glamorous projects, and I'm all in favor of that. I think that's true. But what we should never lose sight of as a city commission and as leaders is that those big projects, their success is going to be dependent on having a strong small business economy. Like I've had this discussion with the right place, with the Burger Close at that time, and she always used to tell me, Bing, you have to be proud of your small business. You have to work hard at your small business. You know why? Because the CEOs of those big entities, they're not going to serve you food when they're entertaining other CEOs. So you need a small business that knows how to serve food, how to make the best whatever dishes that they would like to have. And we need to understand that small businesses, as the old proverbial saying, small businesses is the backbone of our economy, and we need to do more of that within the city and within the Third Ward specifically. Now, you asked for a specific instance. I am so proud of my work with the city and their support of me, and I will tell you that there are many of you who are sitting in those seats that helped make this happen, which is my project at 818 Butterworth Southwest, which is now known as the Goey Center. I will tell you that sometimes I do things without really thinking through all the way, and I didn't realize how tough that renovation was going to be because of all these rules and regulations and the changing of the zoning ordinances in the housing public sector is, I think we should change some of those in the economic sector. And so, but in spite of all of that, the success of the Goey Center is not just because Bing Goey thought of it. The success of this Goey Center is because we had a good economic development office. We had good economic policies at that time that was good for us at that time that guided and allowed me to do certain things. I'm not so sure I could say that about our planning commission, because there were certain times in which I thought, what? But we worked through it. And I received the support of many people in the community, as well as city leaders, city commissioners. So I think that if we can do more of that in the Third Ward, the whole city will benefit from that. I understand that, we got to focus here and focus there because we're closer to downtown. But like I'd read, the book of the rainforest. When visitors come to the rainforest, they always look up at the majestic trees. But what the author tells you is that those majestic trees survived because of the small plants growing on the bottom. And I think that we need to have that vision more so and more prominently displayed in the policies that we will have to bring forth to bring small business to the forefront.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask a question and then I'll turn back down here to Commissioner Perdue. So when you think about different city initiatives that we've enacted, I'd say over the last 2 to 3 years, can you think of any, one or two that you think were successful and maybe one or two where you thought they could have been done more effectively or had a greater impact?
I don't know of many, because I don't spend a lot of time thinking about about this bad stuff. I try to find ways to do the good things. I will say that for me, I was so pleased to see the work of this commission in identifying and recognizing the disinvestments in the Third Ward by creating the Third Ward Equity Fund. I think that's been a success. But honestly speaking, I don't think it's enough. Not when I see that the investments in the other community, in the other wards, And I'm not saying that was bad. I'm just saying when you look at the actual facts and data, when the first ward gets 750 million in investments, and the second ward gets 516 million in investments, and then the third ward gets $19 million in investments, maybe it was okay at that time, and that's fine. We need to move, and we need to move forward. But I do know that as good as that third ward equity fund has been at the beginning, we need to do more. And I will argue that we can do more simply because of this. The third ward is a rich ward. It has talents and resources that we don't even know about because we don't look at it that much. And I think that with the help of Commissioner Perdue, if I'm appointed to this position, we will make sure that we will identify those rich resources that are found in the third ward that, if with proper investments, will elevate the quality of life for every resident in the city of Grand Rapids. Now, failures, I don't know, maybe I'm too dumb, but I look at failures as opportunities. So I don't always dwell on failures, and I look at the opportunities. Now, one of the things that maybe the recent one, because I have a cannabis business right behind me in the Go Center, is, from what I understand, and I don't have the data for it, but I want to understand that is potentially a up-and-coming economy. And so I would like to see if that could be an economy that can be implemented in the third ward. And what does that take, and what will that take? And how do we make sure that if it does, that it is done in a way that it provides, that is safe and accessible for everyone in the third ward. So probably not a good answer to your question, but honestly, I don't spend a lot of time looking at failures because it's just, that energy I want to spend on what we can do.
Yeah, that's actually a great answer. I think many of us realize that we could have learned a lot by doing some dissecting of that process. So, Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. So I think my second question will be similar to the one I asked earlier, just in thinking about this year. This is an appointment that will serve for about 10 months. There's an election taking place this fall. You have shared in our last round that you don't plan to run. Is that still true for you?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm curious to hear a little bit more about why serving in the interim is important to you. What advantages you think that might bring to the third ward, particularly in a year such as this. And as you think about potentially stepping into the seat for a 10-month time block, where do you think you'll hit the ground running? Where might you need support or might need to focus learning, whether it's truly learning or connecting, so on and so forth. So two-part question. I can repeat it if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yes. One, why is serving in the interim so important to you, and what advantages do you think it will bring to the third ward? And the second part of that question is, if you were appointed, can you talk a little bit about where you think you would hit the ground running, where you'll be strong at, and then where might you need to spend some time and attention growing, whether that's knowledge of an issue, city operations, or connectivity with important stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Perdue. I decided to apply for this position and not run for the full term because I believe that we are in a critical stage where this appointment, or whoever you appoint, must have the ability to fully focus on the issues at hand, especially now when there is a discussion around the budget. Now, for me, the budgeting, someone said to me, well, you'd be really good because you understand budgets. You run this multi-million-dollar business and you should run the budget. And I said, yeah, I know how to read budgets, but I also hire CPA firms. But more than that, I said to this individual, where I think I can bring some strength to the budget discussion is that throughout all my life, it isn't the budget that makes the success. It's the ability to look at your limited resources and invest them in the right areas that will make the budget a success. And I think that that is what I am proud to say I have done throughout my life. It's people say, well, you're really, really successful and you do. And I said, no, you know what? I started with 0 sales. Commissioner Connors, you know what that's about. You don't start with multi-million-dollar sales. You start with 0 sales, and now you have to make good decisions in terms of budgeting and where to invest those dollars. And so, the last part for that question, the first question, Commissioner Perdue, is I decided to do this because as an immigrant, I came to the city January 9, 1960, and I should have brought my newspaper article. I forgot about. Front page of the Grand Rapids Press, January 9, 1960. Our picture, our family picture arriving in Grand Rapids was on the front page of the Grand Rapids Press. Slow news day. I mean, it was, But I always look at that news article. And I have lived in the city of Grand Rapids since January 9, 1960. And my parents always has told their children, when you are blessed, share that blessing. Don't keep it to yourself. And so I thought that for this particular appointment, I felt really like I can share that blessing, but I also will bring skills and perspectives and values that I think is really closely aligned with Reverend Moody's. I've known Reverend Moody for some time. But when I look at his history and look at my history, I say, you know what? We're pretty closely aligned. Now, we may not always agree, but we don't always agree either. I mean, I'm sure you have disagreements and at this the commission's meeting. But where we are in commonality is he and I had both had to lead faith-based institutions. And those leadership skills are similar but also different than showing leadership skills in this environment and in a business environment. We are both entrepreneurs and business owners. And we are both entrepreneurs and business owners in industries that are not populated by many people that look like us. The funeral industry does not have many African-American funeral directors. There is no minority-owned flower shop except the one that I own. And I say that not because we're victims, but it's just to say to all of you that those skills are also different skills that we need to be able to live and work in two worlds. Just the simple fact I shared with you about the bank situation is you have to deal with those situations, and many people in the Third Ward has to deal with those situations. And I'm saying I can use those experiences to help move us forward, and not be hindered by those kinds of individuals and those kinds of people. And I think that it is important for me not to run for the full term, simply because I want to dedicate the next 10 months to fully learn about the issues, the institution of city government. Although I think I know somewhat of these issues and the way the government runs, and I'm looking forward to it. I am a firm believer that even though I'm going to represent the Third Ward, that I also represent the first and the second ward. And that potentially my work with Commissioner Perdue is critically important for she and I to always be together at meetings. Not that she's over here and I'm over here. No, that we're there together at meetings whenever possible. You know why? Because again, we are living in a very racialized environment. And I don't want people to say, oh, that Asian guy, he doesn't want to be here because he's Asian, or, I want this African-American person to not be because he's African-American. We need to begin to show and act out the importance of and the value and the richness that our diversity in our city and the richness of our diversity in the third ward is an asset. It is absolutely an asset. And we have untapped talents in the third ward that we need to focus on. And just to show you that I'm in the flower business, we may have the strongest seeds, but you plant them in the wrong soil, that seed is going to die. And if we have the strongest seed in the right soil, but we don't feed it, water it, and nourish it, it's going to die. And we have to look at things from that lens, in my opinion. And when we do, whatever budgeting process, whatever issues about zoning and housing and economic development, all those things, I think will take a different look and possibly bring us to different results. But bottom line is, as a business owner, investments should give us a return on those investments. And that's what we need to do a better job of, as we continue to move forward, because this city is continuing to grow.
Thank you.
I don't forget what your other question. I'm sorry.
I think you addressed it. I'm looking at the time, so I'll
okay, sorry.
my colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner?
Yeah, thanks. I really like the analogy you gave about the jungle canopy and kind of the symbiotic relationship that is formed there. And I think in many ways we definitely see that, as indicative between our neighborhoods and the roles that they play in supporting our downtown area and vice versa. So I like that. And kind of going off of that, we have a lot of big decisions coming up this year, especially pertaining to some large, once-in-a-lifetime type transformational projects that have the ability to really leave a positive impact on our city. And so I'm just curious if you have any thoughts around any of those projects in particular. Would you support them, or are there any in particular, whether it's a downtown project or something in the neighborhoods that you are especially supportive or unsupportive of?
Absolutely. I think we are blessed to have these projects. The amphitheater right now, there was a lot of conversations about that. The soccer stadium, of course, there's a lot of conversations about that. But what I would ask and what I would challenge those developers is, how will those investments that you are making going to impact growing our small business community, our economy? Especially our small business economy as it pertains to underserved, businesses. I'm going to challenge all of you. If you're going to spend city tax dollars, why can't you, or will you make sure that those city tax dollars benefits the majority of the citizens of the city of Grand Rapids? The pressure is going to be on, right? They want to make this as cost effective as possible, but at what expense? I love these projects. I think it's great. I'm also concerned about the fact that my Butterworth location might be inundated with cars. And how will that impact my business, my event business? Will the city think about that impact versus only concerned about, oh, we have this great big international amphitheater and we're making the news, we're going to be top-rated city by Forbes or some other capacity? I'm absolutely in favor, but I want to make sure that those projects also brings benefits to the rest of the population, or to the majority of the populations that live in the city of Grand Rapids, who also contribute their tax dollars to help support the development of those projects.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Commissioner?
Thanks. My last question is, could you share, I think I said in the beginning that I think we have a number of responsibilities as city commissioners, but one of the most important ones is to manage and oversee our 4 appointed officials. And so could you talk a little bit about your experience managing, leading, guiding leaders at the highest levels of organizations?
So let me take my role as an executive director of an agency with the state of Michigan. I was given oversight over different commissions and individuals, and then let me also share with you how I do that in my own business, because our size of business requires me to have different departments and different leaders in those departments. My philosophy on that is this. When we hire the best, we let them work to the best of their ability. I don't micromanage, but I hold them accountable. I want return on my investment. If I'm investing in you, if the city is investing in you to hire you as city clerk or whatever positions that are part of the infrastructure of city governments, I'm not going to manage you, but you better know that I'm watching, and I will hold you accountable for how you do your work, how you perform, and what results you bring to the table. That's how I manage my business, and that's how I think the city ought to manage its employees and its staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, probably have time for maybe 1-2 more questions before I turn it over to Mr. Goy. Questions?
Yeah, so I watched your first interview from afar, and one of the items that you had mentioned was, as a priority for you, was addressing poverty. Obviously, knowing that access to resources and building wealth are important things for everyone in our community. In 10 months, how do you do that?
Well,
You want a magic wand?
Yeah. I'm not so sure I can provide the solution to that in 10 months, but I think what I can do is begin to bring that conversation to the forefront. Because if you think about it, or if we think about this, poverty intersects with so many of our social challenges. Poverty, look what it does to our children who have to live in poverty. Lack of nutritious food creates lack of results in our education system. Poverty places our healthcare systems in jeopardy because the pressures that poverty brings to our healthcare systems is there. It's evident. We have data to prove that. Poverty, brings poorer neighborhoods and less stable neighborhoods. I mean, I can go on and on and on, and I don't want to do that. But here's the thing. Poverty will never be eliminated. It can be reduced. Having 25% of poverty rate in the third ward is totally unacceptable to me. I cannot believe that in the rich city that we have and live in, that 1 out of 4 residents in the third ward lives in poverty. That is totally unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to first ward and second ward people, right? So the way to reduce poverty is to have a strong economic, ecosystem. And that's what I'm going to work on, and that's what I think will be one answer to the issue of poverty.
Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner, any final questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Just to kind of tag along to what Commissioner O'Connor said, I heard you say earlier that one of the things that we're not doing a good job is allocating comparable funding to all wards. And you thinking that the Third Ward Equity Fund was not enough, that we need to go further with that. As a business owner in this community and have been here for a long time, what strategies have you implemented personally to help some of these smaller businesses and support them in their successes, and particularly Black and or brown communities outside of your culture?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Last week, Commissioner Usasi, Mayor Bliss, we celebrated the 10-year anniversary of Isabel Media Studio. And I don't know if everybody knows the background behind that, but Isabel was introduced to me, almost 10 years ago now, and was introduced to me, and Mr. Davis at that time said, can you help her grow her business and understand how to do her business better? What I found out was this. She was paying rent, outrageous rent, in a dumpy little office space, and then she had to find more money to do her photo shoots in appropriate places. So what I said to her was, if you would like my help, I can reduce your rent by $200 a month. I can give you access to the Go Center, which I believe is a pretty nice looking place to do photo shoots. And I will introduce you to my friends who are part of the business community and give them recommendations to use you as that thing. So as their photographer, videographer. And now, last week we celebrated her 10-year anniversary. She's Hispanic. She's not Asian. Jermail Eddy, the founder of the juice company, several years ago was in a growth spurt, and he put on Facebook that he was looking for warehouse space, but he couldn't afford warehouse space. So I called him. I says, look, if you need warehouse space, I got this great big building, and you can use it. I won't charge you anything, but just use it. Now, people probably don't know the story, but I'm saying it because you're asking me the question. I'm not saying that because I'm such a nice guy. Hey, we need to build each other up. We need to help each other. We all face different situations that sometimes we just need a short-term and relief for our situation. So I helped him, and he was able to use warehouse space in my building to help him grow his business. Another instance, and he's African American. Another instance is that when Sergio Garcia was looking for, and in his Facebook posting was, I'm looking for an African American-owned business to sponsor our soccer team. And a few weeks later, I texted him. I says, "Have you found one?" And he said, "No." And I says, "I'm not African American, but I'm certainly willing to sponsor your team if you are interested." So I look at opportunities based on the ability of the people to make a difference in other people's lives. And so I have done this with African Americans. I've done this with Latinos. I've done this with the Asian community, and I've done this with the Native American community.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may have time for one follow-up, and then I'll turn it over to you.
You really want to do that?
I don't know. Commissioner, did you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have one quick follow-up, and I appreciate your intentionality in the conversations you're hoping to participate in, and making sure that, as a city, our resources are being distributed in a manner that's fair to all of our residences. You mentioned, I think it was earlier on, like some numbers about disparate funding between the different wards. Could you just elaborate on, like, is that a particular example that you had in mind, or where you had gotten those numbers from?
Well, it came through the information that was used to establish the Third Ward Equity Fund. So that's where I gained that information of the way the dollars were spent in public and private investments in the first, second, and third ward.
And that didn't pull out the downtown district, right? If I remember those numbers.
Yeah,
The downtown wasn't pulled out as a unit district.
I don't know how to answer that, Mayor.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how it is.
Yeah.
It's ward specific without the downtown pulled out of the mix.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thanks.
All right, so now I'll turn it over to you. Do you have any questions for us, or feel free to make any final comments as we finish up our time with you?
I don't have any questions for you, but I think I've followed your careers and your contributions and service to the city, and I've always been impressed with the way that, all of you have thoughtfully thought through all of the issues at hand. But I wanted to make one suggestion, which I think I brought out in my first interview, which I still think is important. If the city of Grand Rapids is going to continue to grow its global economy and create a sustainable global economy, the city of Grand Rapids needs to become more involved in the challenge of international talent attraction and retention. Now, I know other companies there's people out there trying to do that. But I think it's time for this city to look at other ways of doing that and bring in people who are not traditionally brought into that conversation and ask those individuals to be part of that conversation for the city of Grand Rapids. I am convinced that if we do a better job, that we will retain the talent that is needed, the diverse talent that is needed to continue to sustain and grow our global economy. And I'll give you an example. There's a young lady back here who is a student a senior at Grand Valley State University, preparing to go to medical school and hoping to attend Michigan State University's medical school. There are many of those students from the Asian community who are here. And I will tell you that in my conversation with them, they're saying, really, you're interested in us? And because if you look at statistics, most of those Asian students, and they're not always international, so they don't have to have visas to work here or work permits, they leave here. They get a great education in West Michigan. We got great universities in West Michigan, but they don't stay. And I think there has to be, since it hasn't been done, I think the city can be involved in developing an outreach program that will encourage the retention and specifically and especially a retention of Asian talent in our community. We are holding our very first Asian International Leadership Summit on April 12th. I hope that every one of you would be willing to attend. We are anticipating over 100 Asian students that we are bringing there to meet with leaders in this community so that they know that there is a place for them here in West Michigan, in Grand Rapids. Because we want them to know that, you know what, if we knew who you are and what you needed, there's thousands of people in this community that would embrace you. But if we don't know you and you don't know us, yes, I can see why you feel like you're on an island called the campus. So I would urge the City Commission to look at international student attraction and retention as part of its economic development strategies. And I would urge you to use specifically to target the amazing amount of talent within the Asian population that lives right here in West Michigan. Did you know that within our own West Michigan population, there is a young man whose mother is Thai, who is one of 16 national Microsoft MVPs, one of 16. And if I asked you the name of that person, would you know it? He lives right here. That's the kind of talent that we're going to lose if we don't have an intentional plan of attraction and retention in communities that we have overlooked in the past. So I would urge you and plead with you to consider that as part of your economic development strategy to seek out the forgotten and underrepresented communities. Let me leave you with one, I'm sorry, let me leave you with one story which I think is so important for all of us to know. I remember being told of a story of a person who was being heavily recruited to come to Grand Rapids. And when asked what will be the influencing factors in making that decision, he said, I ask two questions to every city that I go to that's recruiting me. Who are the spokespersons in this city, and do any of them look like me? And how does this city treat people who look like me that don't have degrees? If we're going to put on new lenses, I hope we put that lens on, because that really encompasses all areas of responsibilities that as city commissioners we would have to carry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time as always, and as I said earlier, appreciate you stepping up and putting your name in for this really important position to serve our city. So we'll finish up our time with you. Commissioners, why don't we just take a 5-minute break? I see John in the back, so we'll give him a chance to get settled in once Mr. Goy finishes. And I don't know if you're going to stay for the next interview or not, but you're welcome to. Obviously, this is an open meeting, but we're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back.
We'll make our decision.
Oh, yes, and just a reminder, and I think you may have heard me say this earlier, so we'll continue to take public comment on this process and on the candidates, and then we'll have an item on our Committee of the Whole agenda on the 19th to have a discussion and hopefully make a decision at our next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
started. So commissioners, our last interview for the day, we have Mr. John Krajewski. How's that? Pretty good?
Perfect.
All right, and I'm going to keep working on it. So similar to our last interviews, a couple things. We'll do a round robin. I'll start down here with Commissioner Perdue. We'll each ask a question. Commissioners are welcome to follow up if they need clarification on one of your answers. We'll see if we can get through as many questions as we can. I'd like to leave about 5 to 10 minutes at the end for you to ask any questions you may have, and then also to have any final comments for us. So we'll go ahead and get started, and I'll turn down here to Commissioner Perdue to kick us off.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Great to see you again.
Thank you.
So just diving right in, the first question that we have today is, might you describe a difficult decision that you have made that might have been unpopular, but you knew or you believed it was right? And what was the process that you used to make that decision? And I can repeat it if you like.
Thank you, Commissioner Perdue, and I want to thank all of you. I've had the pleasure myself in the last decade and a half of being the chief hiring person. You're kind of your own HR firm when you're a principal, and I know these are big decisions and they're heavy decisions, and they're also incredibly time-consuming. So it is not lost on me that not only did you have a very heavy, important meeting on zoning this morning at 9, then you had 3 of these in a row, and you're not done. You've got a meeting coming up. So know that I respect and appreciate that. So you asked me for a difficult decision I made that likely was unpopular, even though I thought I was doing the right thing, and what was the process I used. I think one of the themes I'm going to try and make today is there's a lot of crossover between the work that I'm currently doing and the way that I serve my community and some of the things that I know a commissioner does. So one that comes to mind quickly would be, we recently went through a curriculum adoption process, which may seem like no big deal to the average person, right? You're looking at what kind of a textbook and online software program are we going to use? But when you're talking about reading and writing and educators and phonemic awareness and the science of reading, this becomes very heated very quickly. And the decision we made was popular for some, and others were not so happy with the decision we made. But the process we did that I really liked was, we started with a small team of experts. So I sat down with my colleagues and we vetted out what was out there. And then we saw what we liked, and then we worked with some of our local neighboring district partners. And then we brought in, of course, the most important people, our teachers and some of our parents, and we started to ask them, what do you think of this? What's of value to you? And then we had narrowed it down to 2, and then we kind of went back and forth between those 2 companies, having them bring in their experts and show us their data and demonstrate, and we would practice with it. And so we kept running it through, and we would have kind of beta groups of students when teachers would volunteer to run a pilot exposed to those curriculums, and then we would just have an open, honest discussion on things we liked and things we didn't like. So I think that's one example that comes to mind for me, and I think the importance and maybe the crossover is you're working with your inner team, and you've got an inner team of experts, and you've also got to make sure you're listening to the voice of the people, and that you're giving folks multiple opportunities to weigh in, so there's buy-in, but also they're going to have perspectives and ideas that perhaps you didn't. I think as a principal, I get to make lots of unpopular decisions, and that could be people who are upset with me, from everyone who's on student council, who's not, who gets to be the quarterback and who doesn't. And then more serious things, I would say, for me would be COVID, and I've spoken about that before, and I know you've had a chance to read those materials and watch the interviews, so I'm not going to rehash that. But that was a hard time, making sure we were balancing the emotions and the facts and doing a good job for everyone involved. And a lot of decisions were hard to navigate, and certainly not always popular, though we made the best decisions we could in running it through those processes. Again, starting as an internal team and working with the stakeholder groups, inward and outward facing, asking a lot of questions, asking and soliciting feedback, and making sure we were able to utilize that in the best way. And then I'll end it with one more example that I think is the hardest one of the hardest things I do, and that is being a part of an expulsion hearing. So as an administrator, even if it's a violent situation or a situation perhaps involving a weapon, taking away someone's right to a public education for 180 days, that's unsettling and never popular on either direction you go. So I think those are examples, but you did ask for processes, and I didn't forget that. So I think the process component is there's an investigative piece that might link up with some different groups internally and externally on how we investigate it to make sure we're following a due process and being fair and balanced, gathering, witness testimonies and looking at film footage and looking at the character of that individual and trying ultimately to follow our processes, which end with our administrative team, the superintendent, and then our elected officials, the Board of Education, making those ultimate decisions.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Good to see you again, Mr. Krajewski. So my question is in the public safety vein. So the city charter, as I mentioned in the other two interviews, the first thing it mentions as a responsibility of the city is to protect for persons and property. So when we talk about our police and fire department staffing, I guess, what are your thoughts on their current levels of staffing or the state of their staffing? I think in the same vein, do you have any thoughts around either increasing or decreasing the amount of funding that those departments have?
I want to try. My goal today is to be succinct and give you specifics. So I'm hearing public safety, both fire and police, protect persons and property. Of course, that's the city charter speaking to us and what our purview. The state of staffing, and then am I in favor of increasing or decreasing? Thank you. I have so much goodwill in my heart towards the fire department and the police department here in the area. You've heard me mention, of course, my father, who's somebody who I love dearly and is a big mentor to me. 35 years for the Kent County Sheriff's Department, so I grew up in that public safety situation. One of his good friends and cousins was on the fire department, and so I've been around that my whole life, and I am a big fan of the police and firefighter women and men and those professionals. So I would say, for me, I know my own story. My first job right out of college was with the Grand Rapids Police Department. We were at a little over 400 sworn women and men. And I want to say, if this were a quiz, my final answer would be 278 sworn right now for GRPD. I know it's somewhere in the realm of under 300. To me, said candidly, on the police side, that's unacceptable. Crime and complexities of society. I mean, we're talking, for me, this has been over 20-some years since I've been a policeman. It's been a long time. And there's less officers serving. But I think what you have is a wonderful group of women and men in leadership positions. I think Chief Eric Windstrom is an absolute breath of fresh air. He's incredibly intelligent. Everything from holding a Juris Doctorate to just really caring about people and being engaging and being out and present and transparent. And I would parallel that with the fire department piece. The leadership team there with Dubé and Rozecki and Spielmaker, and then Dr. Brad Brown as the chief, you are really looking at the best of the best, almost a golden era of leadership. And leadership trickles top down. So you've got some really wonderful people, and now, if ever, is the time to support them. But I know good things are happening and have happened. So you've got wonderful community leaders like Steve Bukema at a grassroots level, working and providing data and support, and then at the state level, partnering with folks like State Representative Christian Grant, who's helping provide funding. We're getting a huge chunk of money from the state to build new fire barns and to do some facelifts to some of the fire barns. So I think if you're asking for me for staffing for police and fire, that is a big yes, and increase in staffing, but also the training that they get, the the access to resources they have allows them to serve all of us better. And I think there's a real return on investment. So now we're putting Band-Aids on things that are more toxic than a Band-Aid warrants. So for instance, when you ask a firewoman or a fireman to work overtime, right? So we meet quotas on shifts, that's fine for a while, but there's a physical and a mental toll that plays on the fire and the police safety side. So it's a diminishing return in my mind, and I think for that same amount of money, we have to make a real priority out of increasing the fire and law enforcement professionals. And I think, and I'll stop myself, I said I was going to be succinct, but I do like to note the tie in my mind between safe cities, and I know that that's something that I like very much, that Commissioner Perdue in a holistic way looks at it, and I feel the same way. You may look at the fire and police department and say, well, how does it impact business and economy? And it does directly, because as soon as we don't have streets and neighborhoods that feel safe, the ability for businesses and entrepreneurs to want to invest and vote with their dollars diminishes. They'll move to Ada. They'll take their business to Cascade. Why are you going to be in a situation where you don't feel we're adequately equipped to keep you safe, to make you feel safe? Why would you invest your dollars here? And then there's also a brain drain, if you will, with those business professionals when they leave the area. So I would be very much pro taking a hard look at certainly an increase with the police and fire.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. How are you doing today?
Commissioner Sassen,
Good.
thank you. Yes,
Good.
well.
I have a follow-up question to what Commissioner Robbins just shared. So I heard you say that you are supportive of more funding for the GRPD and the fire department. Could you share your thoughts? Do you support investments that we've made in co-response models here in the city?
Supportive of funding the police, yes. And then your question is, do I support co-response?
Yes.
And co-response, can I make sure I'm understanding that? In my mind, what you're talking about is maybe some of the teams of like MSW social workers who are responding with law enforcement? Okay, thank you. 100%. I think there's a real balance. And in the city state of a state, which I've watched a bunch of times, I really like the statistics that Mayor Bliss brings out in the amount of people we help. And I know from firsthand experience, having worked for the city of Grand Rapids and served as a police officer, some of those calls are absolutely, I mean, shots fired is not a call for someone with a social work degree. But a mental health and making a community partner connection, 100% is that appropriate. Now, we want to do the obvious things. We want to make sure that the scene is safe and that those mental health care providers feel safe and are safe and have that protection from the people serving in that way as law enforcement. But those are the right people to handle some of those calls, and that ultimately impacts people in such a positive way. And I think the relationship of using those co-responders bolsters people's who might have had negative impacts with certain groups of law enforcement. I think it softens it because they begin to see, okay, you are here to serve and protect, and that's real because you care about my loved one, my friend, my significant other who's struggling, and we don't need jail, but we need a deeper look at the root of some problems that only social work or mental health professionals can provide.
Thank you. So earlier today, we scheduled a public hearing for a group of zoning text amendments related to increasing housing opportunities in Grand Rapids, and it's something we've, been discussing every year since I've been a commissioner, and it's come to this point where we hopefully make some significant changes to the things that we control in zoning. I just wanted to understand your understanding of that and where you're at in terms of potentially supporting that. It will probably be one of the first, if not the first, major decision the next third ward commissioner is going to have to make.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Connor. I was unable to watch that, so full disclosure, I like to watch the meetings afterwards. This is a big time of the year to be a school principal. This is March's reading month, and we had a local Michigan author at my school. So when you were starting your meeting, I was spending time with the author and the students. So I haven't seen it yet, and I wish I were more up to speed on that. But here's what I'd say and what I know, because as you mentioned, sir, this isn't a new issue, and this is not an issue that is just our issue. This is a national and statewide piece. I respect and applaud each and every one of you. I think the things that you are looking to do and exploring to do with your team of experts is perfect. We can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. You are making some pretty bold changes with the zoning and housing uses and ways we're incentivizing people to build. But I want to say, it's like 2000, I've heard all of you say this, and that's where I learned it. It's 2027, we need something like 14,000 more housing units. Am I close? So the point of that is, what are we doing? What are you doing? What is the city doing to help this? And I think that's what you're doing. And I think it's it sounds like a package you put together and things you're looking to do. So right off the cuff, I'd like to dive into that. Be studious with it, read through it, understand it, vet it out myself, ask some questions with some experts. But I'm 100% on board on making changes. We have to open that up. But I'm sure there will always be follow-up questions that everyone would have. You know, how does this play out in reality? How are we going to form partnerships? How are we going to make these connections? But as far as the zoning and housing, I'm 100% for that. Thank you.
For you, sorry. What role should the city play in supporting local businesses in our neighborhood commercial districts? And can you give me some examples of what that might be?
Commissioner Knight, would you please repeat that for me, and thank you.
Absolutely. What role should the city play in supporting local businesses in our neighborhood commercial districts? And if you could provide some examples.
What role should the city play in supporting local commercial businesses and be specific with examples? I think it is our job as a city to have both a short-term and a long-term vision, and you guys have that within the city's vision component linked with the charter, oh my gosh, it's at the tip of my tongue, sorry, the master plan, thank you. So I think following the master plan and some of the long-term vision pieces you have, you got to stay the course on that. And of course, there are things that can happen in the short term that are going to make some differences, that whether it's accessing money at the state level to pour into that. But what I've seen that I really like is you are heavily incentivizing businesses to move to our area, and you are encouraging grassroots local entrepreneurship. I thought that, so for instance, you've got Gentex moving in from Zealand, right? 355 Cottage Grove. So on the southeast side, you've got that outside entity coming in to create 50 new jobs. That's outstanding. At the same time, you're partnering with Mel Trotter over in the southeast side again, but like Burton and Union, and you're working with some of the housing development and components there. I was able to, my daughter, we had a daughter-dad time, and we drove around. I made her ask me questions, and we drove by there, and I showed her that's the old St. Joe's where we had sports practices when I was a kid in high school. So it was fun for me to see how that's changed. I think that's a great example. So you want to say, what's your role? And I would say to do what you're doing and more of it, right? So we need to support through tax incentives and the way we write ordinances. We need to support these folks coming in and wanting to stay. They vote with their dollars, and when they leave, they brain drain us. We want those business leaders. That's a strength of Grand Rapids and has been since the foundation of Grand Rapids is our business community, and we want to encourage, and we're thankful for that. So we have to make it profitable for them to help us create jobs, which solves so many other problems. I hope I answered that thoroughly. Follow-ups? Thank you. Yes.
Hello again. So my question is really just thinking about the context of this year, 2024. We're making this appointment to finish this term for the next 10 months, or less than 10 months once we get to the end of the year. But then also this seat is up for election. You filed to run. And so it'll be a busy year, kind of no matter which way this goes. But I'm curious how you are prepared to handle, if you were appointed, serving and that learning and onboarding process, running a campaign, as well as working. So how you might balance those three really important responsibilities. And then the second part of that question, and I'll repeat both of these because I know I'm going to give you a bit at once. As you think about stepping into this seat, whether it's through the appointment or election success, where do you see yourself hitting the ground running? Like, where are you strong? Where are you experienced in relationship to what's required of this role? And where are your areas of growth? Where do you need to gain more knowledge? Where do you need to gain more connections? What additional lens might you need to develop to be successful in this role? Understanding the third ward and its needs. So just to back up and repeat those a little bit more concisely.
Let's see if I can do it.
Oh, you do it.
Let's see how I can do it. Let's see how I did. So you want me to talk about, in the context of the upcoming year in 2024, there's an upcoming election. It's a presidential election, so we know a lot of folks are going to be out. It's going to be a busy year. How am I going to balance really the juggling of three things? I've got the learning and the onboarding of the job if I'm fortunate enough to become the appointed individual. I'm going to have to run a campaign, which I've started. I am filed, and I'm now trying to continue to meet and connect with folks and fundraise. And then I have a full-time job as a principal. How am I going to do that? And then what are my pros? What are some strengths I would bring if I were fortunate enough to be your choice? And then from a growth perspective, what are some challenges for me that I'll have to learn?
Educator, great listener, yes.
Well done.
Thank you. I think I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I would be so honored if you would choose me. I love the third ward. I grew up in the third ward. When I hear about these great projects and the $6 million being pumped into MLK Park, I can remember riding my bike there as a kid to play basketball. So when I hear Mark in the meetings ask about the direction of the courts, like, that means something to me, because I hated when the sun was just beating down on us, and like whoever was defense this way and offense this way, somebody was like eating the sun. So all the little things. So as far as learning and onboarding, that is something that's exciting to me. I'm a lifelong learner, and I love this stuff. I was a class president as a kid and involved in all those things at the middle school and high school levels, and then at the college level, I studied political science, Model United Nations. So I've always loved the government piece, and then I taught it, right? I've taught U.S. government and history classes. So I think I love and think I have at least some baseline, right, for understanding what this job entails, but I don't know what it's like to do your job or walk in the footsteps that you're walking in every day. So it's going to be, as they say, a learning process. Running a campaign is new to me. I'm rereading a book by Catherine Ware called The Campaign Manager, and trying to really learn and ask lots of questions. And I've volunteered on campaigns before, but it's one thing when it's yours. So excited for a little more sunshine. I was very optimistic when that happened this weekend. It's getting to the time where I'm going to have to start knocking on doors. So all those things. I would answer that quickly to say, I know that I can do it. I've been in close communication with my direct supervisor, who is also a friend of mine, the superintendent where I work, and candid about the fact that I'm going to need more time, and that's something that they're very open with. I'm also in a very unique position, even though I feel that I'm 47 years old, and that's young, and I still have a lot of energy and hopefully a lot to offer and give. I'm in a position where I can retire. So I would have, and I wouldn't do that, certainly if this all works out, until, I would want to see the school year through and do the right thing for the folks that I work with and for. I care about them very deeply. But that's a real possibility, right? So then I would have the time and the bandwidth. And this intersects, interestingly, with a lot of things in my life. I've been blessed. My wife, who's just the best, wonderful lady, works at community college and is a big part of my life and family life. We've been so busy with our kids and all these things. I'm now at this spot in my life. I have 2 boys in college, my daughter who's a senior who will be going to college. So we will be empty nesters. And my bad joke would be, maybe my wife wants me to get this job more than I do. Kidding. No, I think this would be a great next chapter for me to serve the city that I love, that means so much to me, that I grew up in. And for once, I'm not going to be coaching my daughter's AAU basketball team, my son's school basketball team, and working on several committees outside of my scope of my normal job at my work. So for the first time ever, I'm going to have the time. And yeah, I hope to you as a partner that would be of a value. We're all very busy, but for me, it would be kind of a blessing. And I know from the growth or challenge perspective, which was a part of the question, that would just be it. It's time. And I know anytime I've made a transition in my life from one leadership position to the next, the analogy of, drinking from a fire hose is how it feels. But it's easier if I can take some of those things off my plate, and I can do that now. I have the bandwidth. I think I don't know what I don't know yet, and I want to be honest about that. And I like how you are a thoughtful group who asks very specific questions. And I don't know that I have all the answers yet, certainly, but I know that with the time and my love for being a learner, I'm a quick study. I've been to college a bunch of times. I've got several master's degrees. I know that I can learn content if I can dedicate myself to the time and that I have now to give to it. So I think those would be my challenges, is just being brought up to speed. My 100-day plan, if I were to get the appointment, if I were to be lucky enough, what I would do is I would sit down when it was convenient for all of you, and I would have you tell me, hey, John, these are the legacy issues. This is what we're going to try and accomplish before the end of the mayor's term. This is what collectively we're working on. Okay, John, here's a list of people we need you to connect with. Absolutely. Then those would be my marching orders, and I would get to focus on relationships. So I'm going to lead into my pros now. I would say, for me, my pros would be relationships, building a collaborative spirit, listening to people and representing them. That's the work that I do currently, and that's the work that I would do in this job, and that's what I bring to it. I genuinely love people. That energizes me, fills my bucket. That creates synergy. People can feel that that's real. I think once I can get plugged into the system and learn from all of you as experts, and you have your own lived experiences and your own history with this position, you'll be able to mentor me and help me grow. And then I just want to be a team player. Stay in my lane initially, but I think the learning I would be able to do would be parallel to none. I think earlier in an interview, I heard Commissioner Perdue make a joke that the previous year, I was listening to the other interview, the previous year was like L1, it was like a law school, and I like that, and I'm hungry for that. I think it's interesting.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to regret saying out loud that I was going to be succinct. I think without that 3-minute thing on, I apologize. I just want to be thorough. I want you to see my heart and know that I've been paying attention.
You're doing a great job.
You're kind. Thank you.
And I do have a follow-up to that,
Please.
because I think it connects to this question and potentially some others. In today's conversation about zoning, and even in conversations with other candidates, the equity lens came up. And so I would love to hear about how you might define equity and equity work in the context of serving as a city commissioner, and share more about your work in diverse communities within the city of Grand Rapids.
Okay, so the follow-up question, talk to the commission and the mayor about equity, my views on equity, share more. and then talk about diverse groups and my work with them, specifically in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. I really love the analogy, and this is just the training that I've had. Again, my lens, 20-some plus years in the public education system. So we oftentimes speak of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in terms of specifically equity as a race, right? But all the runners in this race for this visual are not shoulder to shoulder. Just like we know that certain individuals are going to start ahead of the finish line, at the finish line, and there's going to be some people who have some real challenges to overcome. But we all want to get to the finish line, and the finish line is the same. I don't care gender identification, age, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic. It matters not. What all of us want is a sense of belonging, to be loved, to be connected, to be valued, to do something that feels valuable, and to be able to provide for yourself and the people you care for, access to resource. Those are the things, that's the finish line. So when I think of equity and those runners in this race, what I'm thinking about is, just like I do as a school official, I sit down with my team of experts and we work through a variety of challenges. It could be specific to a child who's behind grade level peers with learning. We specifically find out what their deficiencies are. We look at that data. We formulate a plan. We put that plan into action, and we tweak it till we can see growth and get them to where they need to be. We have several children at the school I serve now who do not have access to running water in their house. We sit down with a team of experts. How are we going to fix this problem? What are we going to do to address this? And we tweak it until we can make things better. I think, to me, that is equity. Now, I'm dealing, and again, through the lens of my lived experience the last 2 decades, a public school administrator and leader, right? That's what I do. So forgive me for using school examples, but that's what I live in. I think the process is similar. In the third ward, in the city at large, you have to look at all the different athletes in the race. Some of them are starting at different spots, and it's our job, we owe it to everybody to give them a fair opportunity and access and equity to being successful, to having that sense of belonging, to being successful, to be able to provide for themselves, to have a job that pays their bills. Those are the things that are beautiful about what city government can do when it's at its best. I would also like to share one other thing, because you said share more. So I would say something I learned lately in a training with my fellow administrators that I really thought was powerful, and forgive me if this is something you've heard before, but I liked it so much I wanted to share it. It was put on training by an individual who I used to work with, Susie Post. She's fantastic. She now works at the county level and was doing some training for our ad team, our administrators, our directors and principals and the superintendent. And this was the conversation, and I kind of tried to tweak it into a context that would make sense within city government. But ready? Diversity is a fact, or diversity is factual, right? There are many ways to be diverse. Equity is a choice that we make. So to answer your question directly, I think that's a choice. We choose to give people equity. Inclusion is a conscious action. I really thought that was powerful. And then my favorite is the belonging. If there is an outcome or a desired state, that's the DEIB, that's the B, that's belonging. That is the good that all of us can do in our respective positions, and that's what we should be focused on regarding our ability to bring equity to folks in all the wards, in the city as a whole, but for me specifically, I would be proud to do it in the third ward, of course, where I live. And then you asked, how have I worked with diverse groups in the city of Grand Rapids? And I guess I just wanted to come prepared, so I wrote down a few things that I've done, just with community involvement in general. So hand to hand, and I can explain any of these programs. Hand to hand, of course, God's Kitchen, Toys for Tots, and I do not want to take all the credit for a lot of great work that the students at my current school did. They raised more toys for children at DeVos Children's Hospital than I think any other school in the area. And that's really saying something. Very proud of my students. They're wonderful. Heart of West Michigan United Way, I was once the leader of that in a previous district in Byron Center and raised the most money ever and did a lot of good for folks throughout the area, but also specifically in Grand Rapids. St. Vincent de Paul is an organization that I've been in working in collaboration with historically at my church. Children's Food Basket, same thing. Guiding Light, I've worked with them in the past, and I think one of the things I like about them is we're not a mission, we're on one. That always stuck with me, but we would do work with them both when I was a youth group leader with my wife for a decade, maybe a little bit more, with a church that I grew up in, but also certainly as a law enforcement official. It wasn't just about solving problems by taking people to jail, and you're doing a great job. I want to get the wording right when Commissioner Yasasi asked me the co-responses, right? So working with folks in that sense with Guiding Light, getting people to a safe place where they could get a meal and access to some other resources. Mel Trotter, Community Mental Health Partners, something we do a lot in the school system would be Okay to Say, and the Blue Envelope Suicide Prevention Program through Corewell Health, which is outstanding. And then just local things that I do with my family or the schools that they're associated with would include the Grand Rapids Marathon, which has a huge charity partners connection. And Village 99, one of my good friends, is the executive director, and I'm meeting with them in a little bit with their board members there at Village 99 to get more plugged in and involved. So working with the group, diverse people in the community. I think the only other thing I would share is over a decade ago, I found a real deficiency in the way we were perhaps delivering educational service surrounding specific Michigan state standards and the voice of Indigenous people. So I reached out to an individual who is the chairman of the Grand River Bands of Odawa people, and that gentleman is Mr. Ron Yob, who has become a close friend of mine. And I was able to meet Ron, get to know him, bring him into my schools, and he would help with some of the planning of the way we taught cultural diversity, right, here in Grand Rapids. I mean, these are the indigenous people to this area, the Anishinaabeg people who were here for thousands of years. His perspective and his voice was great. Also, the perspective that I learned in regard to really DEIB through the lens of the indigenous people, but also you want to talk about environmentalism and being sustainable and culturally and environmentally responsible. What a beautiful example. So that's been a big piece for me. And when I moved schools, I didn't want to lose that. So I made sure to make connections with the Machi Binashuish Band of Potawatomi. And that's been amazing. Those folks have done such a great job. Bill Giffey in particular, who is the head of that tribe's specific education division, put on a whole cultural learning day for schools in the area, and we were blessed to be one of them. And I was able to bring Ron in on that, and just the perspective that is gained when we build relationships and partnerships. So that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Earlier, Commissioner Perdue had mentioned that we've got a pretty busy year ahead of us. A lot of big decisions regarding some big projects, and namely, a lot of really cool work going on in our neighborhoods. You mentioned the MLK Park Lodge, and also some, once in a lifetime opportunities to invest in our downtown corridor too, with some transformational projects. And so I'm curious if you have any thoughts on those ongoing projects, the ones downtown, the ones in our neighborhoods. Are there any that you would be particularly supportive of or unsupportive of, and why?
Busy year going on, a lot of investment going on in all three of the diverse wards, but also specific to downtown. Speak to kind of some of the bigger projects and my feelings on them. Also, would I be supportive of that work? And if so, be specific and why. It really is an exciting time to be in Grand Rapids, and all of you are to be commended for your leadership and the good things you're doing and the way you're incentivizing safety, and economic growth in the delivery of services. So thank you for your work. I think the obvious ones that, everyone's excited about, the outdoor amphitheater, the soccer stadium, some of the things going on with a possible aquarium and the zoo. And I think the Rapids component, and then even though that will work out, I feel very confident in the future. There's been a lot of, through no one's fault, just a lot of roadblocks and issues with that. But also like the trail system that goes around the Grand River all the way out to, I believe, Chief Hazy Cloud. It's like a 32-mile trek, which is pretty cool. So there's a lot of good stuff going on. Just to name a few, I think Ward specific or Southeast Side specific, I really like the tiny house in conjunction with Mel Trotter. I really like, I want to say it's the dwelling place and some of the Madison Square neighborhood. So the way you've incentivized two things. One, the economy, but also met a need, which is the housing need. Brilliant. Well done. We need more of that. I think we need to take a hard look at the brownfield and blighted properties and continue to think of inward-facing and outward-facing partners and resources we have and how to continue that momentum going because, again, I can't do it as well as the mayor did, but she talks about at this rate, we'll have to make this many houses and this, and it was like, I was sitting there running the math by myself and holy smokes, that's daunting, but we can do it. We will do it. We will be positive and solution-minded. So I think, yes, I would be in support of all that. I really liked the recruiting of an outside, like a Gentex. I know I used that earlier at there on Cottage Grove, at 355 Cottage Grove on the southeast side. I really want smaller local businesses. I don't understand enough, so I'm not being critical. I just would want to know the why, which is I notice in the first and second wards, perhaps more shopping centers or boutiques, and I wonder in the third ward how we could emulate some of that growth that I've seen. What could we do to continue to see, opportunities? What could we do to provide? So that's not a negative, just more of a wondering. Yeah, I would be supportive of all that. I know there's a lot of cool things coming up, including this ride share, which I'm very much interested. I think that is a really cool concept. And as people move away from transitional ideas about everyone needs to own a car and the impact that has on the environment and also the economy, what would a ride share look like? When truly credit to all of you for thinking multimodal in a way that is outside the box and pretty exciting. Did I miss anything, Commissioner Robbins?
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, we probably have time for one more question, and then I'll turn it over to John. Commissioners, any question, Commissioner Isasi? And I'll see if you all have any quick ones.
I'm not going to ask the one that I had, which was around experience managing high-level individuals. I think we've heard about your experience in an executive role and just knowing what that role entails. I think I feel like that's answered. But my question was to follow up on something you just said as it related to our Brownfield Authority and blighted properties. Could you share a little bit more about some of the ideas that you have? You said that there were some things that we could work internally and outward and some of their partners. So just interested to hear what your thoughts are on that further. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Isasi. And I do appreciate now knowing that your father was a principal, and I appreciate your kind words and kind of validating maybe some of the crosswalk that exists naturally between the two roles. I would be remiss to pretend I know more than I do, Commissioner Isasi, but historically just being a political science major and understanding how to incentivize and spur economic growth within a city, I know that one of the things that you've been doing and I'd like to continue to see doing is just finding and identifying some of those brownfield properties, blighted properties, figuring out ways, working with our city partners who are city government folks, but also in the private and public sectors, how do we turn those challenges into opportunities? How do we turn a dilapidated space something beautiful that doesn't have negative gentrification connotations to it, but brings affordable housing at all price points to folks maybe in historic and current underserviced areas of the city. How do we give them opportunities? How do we see something that's perhaps dangerous to the environment, dangerous in a physical sense of this, term? How do we take that into being an opportunity to create more livable space? And again, the construction of that creates jobs, helps drive the economy, and creates a sense of pride and ownership. The theory of the broken windows theory, which we're all very well versed in. When you look at an area and it looks run down, consciously or subconsciously, you think you're making assumptions. And when we can build that up and increase the pride and ownership and beauty of a space, with that innately comes respect and ownership and a positive sense of neighborhood and collective good. So I think those would be some of my initial ideas at that, but I know you guys are already doing a lot of good things. I know the acquisition of almost 30 acres of green space that's been acquired in the city at large, but in specific, a huge chunk of it in the 3rd Ward. Like if I'm lucky enough, my 100-day plan, that's one of the things I'd love to learn more about, and what could I do to be a team player to add my skill sets and my passions to that drive. Grew up enjoying the park systems and green spaces, whether it was J.C. McKay Park or Garfield Park or MLK Park or all the variety of schools, and wondering what that could mean for other young women and men and a community as a whole. So I think there's a lot of good things going on, just working together, working with the experts to come up and formulate plans and then begin to just start to moving the needle in the positive direction and helping the citizens, the constituents.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner O'Connor, Commissioner Knight, any follow-up questions? You're good? Good. All right. Well, I will turn to you then to see if you have any questions for us, and then if you want to make any final comments.
Just a big, sincere thanks. All of you are doing wonderful things for the city, and having watched all the meetings, I don't know that that message is always conveyed. Sometimes it is. People do a good job coming in and saying thanks. I see that, and it always does my heart good. And Commissioner Perdue at the last meeting and kind of the go-around said something that really really moved me, and that was, you talked about in a world that can be so divisive and all the noise, to stay united, to stay as a team, as a collaborative collective, to do common good. And that really spoke to me. And I thought, that's the kind of team I want to be a part of. That's the kind of work I want to do. I want to share my talents and be a part of something big and special and help the community that I grew up in and that I love and chose to raise my own family in. So I guess, thank you. I think in a world full of a lot of division, I love that there's strong, intelligent voices calling for unity. So appreciate that. I guess my only question would be, you try your best to answer the questions thoroughly. If I created a gap, or if you're thinking, I don't think he answered this, please ask me now so I have the chance to fill that in. So any gap in an answer I had, that would be my only question.
All right. Thank you. I'll look to my colleagues. I feel good between watching your first interview and this one, and then reading all your materials. I feel like I have a good, I don't have any follow-up questions, commissioners. All right. I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Very kind. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, John.
You've got a long
Appreciate
day,
it.
so I'll let you be. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we'll be back here in 1 hour. I hope you get a break.
We will get a break.
And I'll see you back at 3:30.